Welcome, everyone, to our November 7th, 2023 Blueprint Intergovernmental Agency regular meeting. So I'm now calling the meeting to order at 3:00 p.m. I'd like to welcome members of the audience that are here, as well as our directors. It's great to see all of you. We again asking that we maintain professional decorum during this meeting. We want to treat each other with respect as directors, as well as the members of the public that are here that might be speaking before us. We're going to adhere to the rules regarding debate and decorum during this meeting, and I just want all of us to be courteous, and if you would direct your debate to me as chair and not personalized debate with each other. Having said that, we will get started. Mr. White, are there any agenda modifications?
No, Madam Chair, but when we get to consent, I'll note one item that was pulled.
Okay, so there are no modifications. Do we have any speakers on any non-agended item?
Yes, ma'am. We have 3 speakers in the room. Our first speaker is Laura Leonard, followed by Tanja Ward, then Charlie Ward.
Thank you. Ms. Leonard, will you come forward?
Name and address for the record, please.
Laura Leonard, 3494 Colonnade Drive, Tallahassee, Florida.
Yes, you may begin.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and Board of Directors. My name is Laura Leonard, and I am a founding member and current executive director of Robotics. We're coming to you to ask you to consider our request for a non-competitive economic development project proposal. Our funding request is for $100,000 to allow our organization to continue to grow our operations by securing space in either the downtown or south side areas of Tallahassee. Robotics provides and promotes educational and competitive opportunities for pre-K to 12th grade students in science, technology, engineering, art, and math using FIRST robotics programs. Our vision is to bring FIRST programs to as many students as possible in the Big Bend area of Florida and to partner with local tech companies to develop pathways to tech internships, apprenticeships, and jobs following high school, trade school, and college. Robotics aims to become the Big Bend hub for K-12 robotics education, igniting the passion for engineering and science in our future workforce. We are committed to implementing FIRST programs because of its whole person approach to engaging students of all ages. It is more than robots. We use project-based learning, core values, and community service to build our future leaders and problem solvers. Students develop soft skills for a 21st century workforce such as leadership, teamwork, public speaking, time management, budgeting, marketing, and conflict resolution. Robotics is the only organization in the Big Bend offering this progression of programs. We currently consist of 9 competitive teams, 7 volunteer board members, and 24 coaches and mentors. Board members, coaches, and mentors easily serve a combined total of over 2,800 volunteer hours per season. Through competitions and outreach events, we have impacted over 7,500 people. The events we provide and support, including the Tallahassee Regional at FAMU, brings in teams from outside our community. Those teams stay in our hotels. They spend money at our local establishments while they are in Tallahassee. Our challenge has always been space. 10 years ago, we met in our house and other coaches' homes. Eventually, we moved into space provided by the TCC Center for Innovation and the Workforce Development. And as those spaces have become unavailable, we have had to move around to other spaces donated by community partners. We hope members will consider supporting our non-competitive project proposal and will enable us to increase our community impact and expand our efforts to prepare students for our future workforce in Tallahassee. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Tanja Ward, followed by Charlie Ward. Name and address for the record, please.
Tanja Ward, 3768 Longfellow Road, Tallahassee, Florida, 32311.
Charlie Ward, 3768 Longfellow Road, Tallahassee, Florida, 32311. And we're together. I know we got called separately, but we're together. Hopefully, that's okay. We're thankful for this opportunity to share this exciting vision. Of course, my name is Charlie Ward. This is my wife, Tanja. And we're here to talk about the Charlie Ward Champions Ranch. Our family foundation is a public 501c3 committed to supporting youth character development through sports, education, the arts, as well as supporting disaster relief efforts. We have been doing this work around the nation since 1996. Our vision now is to create a hub where youth sports thrive, where community events bring us closer, and where people of all ages gather for a healthier, more connected life. We have been tirelessly working towards this vision with our diverse board and a team of advisors who are successfully serving their communities.
Research makes it clear that while today's youth are digitally connected, they are in fact disconnected and in a loneliness epidemic. They have knowledge gaps and they don't have access to the type of facilities that exist in other communities hours away. The Charlie Ward Champions Ranch will be an oasis to help youth and families discover their unique path to becoming lifelong champions. Here's a glimpse of what we envision. We have met with and engaged teammates around the nation to be a part of this vision. We are committed to working with local organizations, schools, and businesses to complement, collaborate, and maximize our impact and resources. The ranch will serve as a nurturing ground for young people, providing top-notch coaching in sports, the arts, STEAM, and literacy education, and opportunities for personal growth in state-of-the-art facilities. And since we're a digital-first world, we will have a digital platform. The ranch will host a myriad of community events, from cultural festivals to health fairs, creating a sense of togetherness where everyone will feel welcome. Physical and mental health are a part of the heart of the vision. There will be counseling center, fitness classes, and programs that promote healthy lifestyle and emotional well-being. Versatile indoor courts, turf spaces, and flexible spaces will cater to a wide array of sports and recreational activities. From basketball to soccer, yoga to line dancing, we aim to have something for everyone. This is a huge undertaking, $26 million in all, but it can be done when we approach it in phases. We are engaging supporters nationwide to secure funding and have already had conversations with interested corporations. We've retained a grant research group, and we have begun feasibility studies with individual donors who are responding favorably.
Your support for a capital investment of $4 million to help build the indoor multi-sport turf facility will pair well with other supporters. We have a sustainable model our consultants helped us develop, which will allow both fully and partially underwritten fees for underserved youth. Youth sports is a growing industry and is very stable, so now is the time to invest in the future citizens of Big Bend. As for location, we've encountered zoning challenges at the property we have under contract, but we're also considering another property. Either way, this vision is unconquerable. In fact, setbacks only fuel our determination to find the perfect canvas to build this essential community resource. So, here's where we are. We will soon close on land, and we're raising funds with hopes of breaking ground February 2024 for a spring 2025 grand opening. We believe in the transformative power of sports, wellness, and community. Thank you for going on this journey with us. We look forward to celebrating the opening of the Charlie Ward Champions Ranch, with each of you. Together, we will cultivate a community of lifelong champions. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation.
That was our final unagendaed speaker.
Thank you. We've had two groups come requesting funding, Madam Blueprint Attorney, would we discuss that during director's discussion?
Yes, Madam.
Oh, okay, thank you. And if, I guess the two groups, if you have written proposals, you can provide those as well. Okay, let's move on to our consent agenda. Mr. White, are there any items that
Yes, Madam Chair. Item number 1 was pulled by Director O'Keefe.
okay? And then, are there any objections to the other consent agenda item?
Move acceptance of the consent agenda item remaining.
Second.
Thank you. Is there any opposition or any discussion? All those in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Madam Chair,
Okay,
before
so
you
let's
close the vote,
discuss-
before you close the vote, can you check and see if there are
I
any
think there may be
speakers?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Is there a public speaker?
No.
She said it was.
Never mind.
Okay, so the vote passed. Commissioner,
Okay, I think,
Wait, excuse me. Not for item 1. I have a speaker for item 3 and 4.
okay, but I think
No, nothing.
we're not on 3 and 4 just yet. We're on the consent agenda. One item was full. We voted on one. So now, I believe Commissioner O'Keefe asked for the item to be pulled.
Madam Chair,
Okay, yes, I'm sorry.
Mr. Sims is saying he wanted to speak on item 2 on consent, the evaluation of the economic impact analysis.
On the consent agenda?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay,
2 was pulled from,
okay.
and then number 1.
No, 1 was pulled.
1 was pulled.
One was full,
Oh,
the
okay.
consent agenda. We voted on 2, and it passed, right? Okay, okay. Mr. Sims, you want to speak on consent agenda item 2? So we've got a motion and a second. Now it's open for discussion, so we will take any comments.
Point of information, Madam Chair, to the attorney. Do I use my 3 minutes and passing out my thing, or how do you recommend, since there's no policy?
Sims, your 3 minutes starts when the chair recognizes you, and you can do as you please during that period of time, including passing out your
Thank you.
item. Thank you.
Madam Chair, I'm here today because hearing citizens is very important. These are our tax dollars. I am currently in here in a hostile environment, being stared down by a city manager that takes advantage of my civil liberties and has caused my wife's supervisor to resign from a public service job that she loves. Saturday, Madam Chair, I suffered an anxiety attack for the very first time. Now, I've had strokes, I've had a heart attack. But this thing was settling. While I laid in the floor of Walmart, while my wife was panically on the phone trying to get me some help. Commissioner Maddox, I know you're on your phone, but my life flashed before me. And I thought about Ken Fowler, gone. I thought about Joan Brown, gone. Madam Chair, and I even thought about my wife and my kids while I was gasping for breath. And these people, Commissioner David, they were just saying, you need help. You want me to call, and I'm struggling to speak. And my mind went to my grandmother because I thought I was going. And I said, Commissioner Matlow, I don't want
30 seconds.
my running to be in vain. And the very profound question, I know Reese says that I'm an insurrectionist, I'm a terrorist, but what do you say? What do you say, Commissioner Proctor? Because I can't hear.
I said you're a baby rattler.
What did you say, Commissioner Maddox? What did you say?
Time
Because you
has
didn't answer
expired.
my text, Commissioner Caban.
That was our final speaker on Agenda 2.
Thank you, Mr. Sims. Now we have a motion and a second to approve consent item number 2. Is there any other discussion? If not, all those in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? Thank you. Now, consent agenda item number 1 was requested to be pulled by Commissioner O'Keefe. So Commissioner O'Keefe, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. There on our page 13 of our packet, there's a recording of a motion that was made and voted on that I believe needs to be corrected to accurately reflect what the motion was and what we voted. The motion as read and restated during the meeting was any change order over $1 million must come before the IA board. Aggregate total per project, $5 million. Anything over, change orders over that must also come before the IA board for approval. And that is what we voted on, and that's what is read in the, if you watch the video. And unfortunately, somehow the minutes show that the motion was to amend the change authority language to allow the place director the authority to approve change orders up to in the million, when I believe part of that discussion actually was specifically not including that. And so I just wanted the minutes to be updated to reflect exactly what the motion stated and restated at the meeting was. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. So basically, you're saying the language in here regarding allowing the place director certain authority was not part of your motion?
It was Commissioner Caban's motion, Commissioner Matlow's second, and a 10-0 vote. But yes, that the language of allowing the place director authority was not in the motion.
Was not in your motion?
No, it was not in Commissioner Caban's motion at that meeting.
Oh, I see, okay. Madam Clerk? Okay, you got that?
Yes, ma'am.
Well, I will entertain a motion to accept, discussion, I'm sorry. Commissioner Caban.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I actually had this highlighted, but for a different reason, because when I read through this and I rewatched the video, so the original motion was allowed the place director to approve change orders up to $1 million. But the issue that I had was different than Commissioner O'Keefe. Anything over $1 million on a change order is supposed to come before the board for IA approval, the IA board approval, and that's not what's in here. My original motion had that the place director could approve a change order up to $1 million, but anything over $1 million is supposed to come before the board, and then for any project aggregate total, the $5 million is supposed to come for the board. That's what I had. I actually had it written down too, Commissioner O'Keefe, but my issue with it seems to be different than yours.
Okay, so Madam Clerk, can you check the video of the meeting?
Yes,
Make
ma'am.
that correction, make that change. Is he not Commissioner Richardson?
Just a question of the attorney. How do we, because the minutes, I would assume, are an official document that we've approved.
Yes, that's correct, Commissioner Richardson. So
We haven't
actually
approved
did-
We
them
haven't
yet.
approved them yet.
We haven't approved them
Yeah, I
yet.
know we haven't approved them yet. We did go back and look at the tape.
Okay.
Because we were aware of the concerns raised by Commissioner O'Keefe.
Okay.
And so I actually have a draft, and I would like to, if I can, read it to you so that, all can confirm that this is the will of the board.
Absolutely.
So it will read, Commissioner Caban again amended his motion to state that any change order over 1 million must come before the IA board, period. The aggregate total per project of $5 million must also come before the IA board for approval, period.
And I guess
That's on point, absolutely.
Yes, yes.
the question that I had, Madam
Commissioner
Chair,
Richardson.
as a follow-up, how was that, so I assume that mistake wasn't picked up before the minutes were drafted, before we got a draft?
That's correct, and we apologize for that.
Okay, all right. All right, thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Commissioner Minor.
Madam Chair, that's fine. So long as everyone here, so long as Commissioner Caban, it seems that he gave a thumbs up. Commissioner O'Keefe, is that consistent with what your understanding is too?
The draft read is
Oh, I'm
perfect.
sorry. Madam Chair, I should direct the question to you, I'm sorry. But so long as it's consistent with both Commissioner O'Keefe and Commissioner Caban, I'm happy to support the motion. I hope this doesn't happen again. Thank you.
Thank you. And it is consistent, I think, with most of our memories of that meeting as well.
Thank you, Madam Attorney, by the way, for clearing that up.
You're welcome.
Do we need a motion, by the way?
Okay.
I'll make a,
Okay, please let me recognize you before you just talk out, okay? So we can keep some type of order, okay? Commissioner O'Keefe, did you have another comment, or are you satisfied?
I was going to go ahead and make a motion, if that would be in order.
Okay. Commissioner Caban, are you satisfied? And I think it's what I remember too.
Yes, ma'am. Sorry about that earlier, by the way. Yeah, yes, ma'am.
You're okay. Okay. Based on the representation in the reading from the attorney, I think all minds are clear. I will entertain a motion to accept consent agenda item number 1 with the corrections as stated by the blueprint attorney.
So moved.
Is there a second? Commissioner Minor, second. All those in favor?
Madam Chair, I'd like to discuss this
You like a
motion.
comment?
Yes.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, I'm not
Commissioner Prosper.
understanding why are we giving our legislative authority to staff for $1 million. That's a lot of money for staff to decide. Anything costs $1 million should come before this body. I mean, I may be old school. $1 million is still, to me, a substantial amount of money. So why can someone help me to appreciate this lifting of the ceiling that our staff, anybody in the country gets to spend $1 million with a budget this small? How do we get to $1 million for staff to decide? Can I please understand that?
Thank you. Does any staff, Madam Director, you want to address that?
The construction projects for the Blueprint Infrastructure Program are varying in scale, and we have different contracts going on at different times throughout the Blueprint program. We have a lot of checks and balances in place, working off of professionally developed cost estimates that then lead into procurements of our construction projects following all procurement policies. And this procurement policy just helps us to guide us forward to get those projects implemented at the schedules that the IA board has directed.
Madam Chair, I can't vote for this. I think at Leon County, our staff has discretion to about 200, 250, something like that. I could be off my number. But nowhere in the county does staff have $1 million worth of single line item authority. I think this is excessive, and I think it's too much. But my expression about that will be made with my vote. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Proctor. And I know one of the things that we discussed last month was not wanting to belabor or slow down the progress of projects that had been approved and funded as well. Any other comments? No more. We've got a motion and a second. All those in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposition?
Aye.
Thank you. So I believe the motion passed with one opposition. I'm sorry. Yes, it was one opposition. Oh, it was two. You opposed? I'm sorry. Two opposition.
Madam Chair.
Yes, Commissioner Cox.
For point of clarification, I thought we were just approving the corrected minutes. I didn't think we were going back to relitigate the discussion that we had last time. I thought we were just updating, we were accepting the correction to the minutes. Is that?
That's what.
Okay.
That's what we were doing, but in doing so, commissioners can voice their opinion. And I think that's what Commissioner Proctor did. He wasn't here, remember, the last time. He was out of town and probably didn't hear the discussion. So we're just clarifying basically what we did at the last blueprint meeting. And he has the right to voice his opinion, has a right to oppose the motion, but I believe it has passed with two opposition.
Yes, Madam Chair. I just want, for a point of clarification for those who may be watching, to understand what is the action we're taking today, and that is to update the minutes. You're absolutely correct. Everyone's entitled to their opinion. That's not what I was saying. I just want to make sure that the public knows what we're voting on today is a correction to the minutes.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Minor.
Ma'am, I was going to speak on number 3 when we get to it.
I'm sorry, I didn't understand.
I wanted to speak on item number 3 when we get to that point in the agenda.
Our general business.
No, when we come to, yes, general business, yes.
Okay, item 3. Okay, thank you. Okay, now, commissioners, I believe we have approved all of the consent agenda. And now we'll move to our general business.
Madam Chairman, I have
Commissioner
I
Proctor.
have unreadiness in the proceeding with today's general business. And I look at page 16 of our minutes, 16 of page of 22. At our last meeting, you read a letter from Dr. Larry Robinson. And Commissioner Williams-Cox, according to our minutes, moved to direct staff to work with FAMU evaluate the funding request for Bragg Memorial Stadium. It was my sense that the urgency of the ask, as well as my sense that this would be on our agenda tonight, I'm completely flabbergasted that this is not a part of the agenda. And I need to understand what part of what this board asked for was not understood and what obstacle may have prevented an expeditious review of Dr. Robinson's request. I'm asking as a point of information.
A point of information. Does staff want to address Commissioner Proctor's comment? Mr. White?
Absolutely. Director Proctor, we have been in close coordination with Florida A&M University on their request. They've provided some additional documentation, and we're in the process right now of scheduling a meeting to go over that with them. It was just a matter of their schedules and our schedules kind of working together, but we'll be reviewing it as expeditiously as we can, but it was a matter of them providing us additional information and being able to schedule a meeting with them.
I just happened to have spoken with probably the official, and it was my sense that it was their sense that they had satisfied all asking points in submitting documentation as staff has requested. I want to just say that the request from Dr. Robinson is one of continuing urgency. And for instance, the need of which not a single soul at a football game at the homecoming could make a telephone call out of a stadium. An emergency call, no kind of call. The little building is attracting a lot of attention, but we continue and we must continue to help. Madam Chair, I'd like to see a date specific that at our next meeting, that these matters get worked out. These people right down the street, y'all right down the street, they not cross the world. This needs to happen. I'm asking, Madam Chair, that I want this on our next agenda item. And if there's objection from this board, please accept my admonition as direction that y'all bring us something to look at with respect to their request for Bragg Stadium.
Thank you, Commissioner Proctor and staff. You anticipated our next meeting. That will be an agenda item.
Very good.
Okay.
In addition, before we proceed, Madam Chair, we have an agenda item number 4. And I'm not, as I look at agenda item 4, in our minutes.
Okay, Commissioner Proctor, you want to wait until we get to number 4?
No, I don't. I want to, looking at minutes that Commissioner.
Oh, the minutes?
I'm looking at these minutes as we begin our meeting to see how the Bethel Baptist proposal for affordable housing locations, et cetera, is here. And I did not see it integrated in the item 4. So as before we get there, I like to know in advance. It gives everybody 10 seconds to get ready. Where is Bethel's ask, and how does it factor in the framework of affordable
Okay, I think Director Bowers can address that,
Very good.
where it is, the status.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Director Proctor, we did receive an application from Bethel Missionary Baptist Church for a proposal requesting $760,000. At the time, we evaluated it and looked at our policy, the non-competitive application process, and we knew that we were coming back today to have a more philosophical conversation about affordable housing and to determine the IA's direction for affordable housing using surtax funds to facilitate affordable housing. The proposal that we received did not align with our strategic plan nor our targeted industry study. So we asked Bethel to hold off on submission until we could get past this and receive further direction from the IA board.
Okay, I want to put a point right there because I need to know how it gets integrated into going forward. So thinking integratively, it looked like Bethel, it might be left at the train station. It's not going to be on board. That can't happen. Thank you very much. I'm through.
Thank you, Commissioner Proctor. And I think when we look at when we get to item number 4 very shortly, we'll look at the parameters for OEV as well as infrastructure, and then we as a board would make a decision about going forward, and I think that will impact that Bethel proposal. So we'll get there. We'll get
Very
into
good.
the
Thank you
weeds.
very much.
Now, I believe we're on general business. Mr. White, are there any speakers on the general?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Yes.
Our first speaker is Chuck Goodhart, followed by Christina Omren, then Bill Wilson.
What item we on?
Thank you. You may come forth. 3.
4, okay.
We're on general business,
Agenda item.
number 3.
Name and address for the record, please.
Chuck Goodhart, I'm at 1233 Ludderlow Road in Woodville. And Commissioners and Madam Chair, thank you for the opportunity. I'm here to answer any questions about why I might be applying for the Citizens Advisory Committee. And to give you a little bit of an idea about my qualifications, my training is in basic science and in applied science, in botany and in urban forestry, and a little bit of aquatic ecology, some pathology, soils, and statistics. I kind of like being in school, but I had to get out, and after a stint with the U.S. Forest Service, I was the production manager for Tallahassee Nurseries, and then I became the urban forester for the City of Tallahassee, first one. So I was there, and I was going to work a year. I was going to go on venturing. Well, 29 years later, I retired with the City of Tallahassee. I passed on my responsibilities to others who would do different things and probably better than me. But one of the things I missed, and the thing that kind of got me up in the morning to go to work, was serving the citizens of the City of Tallahassee and Leon County. I really enjoyed doing that. I also had a lot of fun. I had a great job. I did all kinds of projects, from planting trees and working with citizens to do tree planting projects to environmental education programs for kids. I did seminars for the development community to talk about how to protect trees during development, developed a green space acquisition program for the city, worked with my county colleagues to work on canopy road management, wrote grants and acquired parks and developed parks, and did lake restoration projects, all kinds of fun stuff. And then I built all the bike trails and multi-use trails and hiking trails in the city, some in the county as well, and working with state and federal partners as well. But, you know, we did our jobs and we tried to do the best job we possibly could. We wanted to have the best parks. We wanted to have the best trails in the country. And our little motto was excellence is what we do. And I went to a meeting with the Citizens Advisory Committee, and I went to the dedication of the Debbie Lightsey, and I've seen all the projects, you know, that I've read about in the news. And I see that this organization has kind of the same focus, you know, excellence. And I really mean that. I mean, you do a good job. And that's the kind of organization that I really want to be a part of. And as a committee member, you know, your job is not just to say everything's wonderful and approve everything. If there's some concerns and if there's some things that you need to bring up and discuss,
30 seconds.
I think you have to be able to do that. And that's the role of the committee person. So I'm ready to serve if you think my qualifications can be of value to you. And thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Goodhart. And I just want to tell you, I have a niece that graduated from Stephen F. Austin University. Thank you for your interest and for your public service. Next speaker.
Our next speaker is Christina Omran, followed by Bill Wilson, then Stanley Sims. Name and address for the record, please.
Christina Emran, 358 Hunters Crossing. Thank you for recognizing me. And thank you for reviewing my information. I don't believe any scientist can fill Elva's shoes. And I do believe that we have many big projects ahead of us in our city. So there's a lot of work to be done. And looking ahead, I would like to volunteer my time and my professional expertise to the CAC to ensure that our needs are met successfully, sustainably, and safely regarding our projects, developments, and the needs of our city. So I enjoy the work that I've done as a certified professional scientist. I know that you've got my resume, so I won't use the full 3 minutes. If my knowledge can be of any service, I'm happy to be a resource, and I'm very happy to serve the city and bring my professional experience and expertise to the committee. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your interest as well.
Our next speaker is Bill Wilson, followed by Stanley Sims. Name and address for the record, please.
Madam Chairman, I think there's two versions of the agenda, and I had picked up the wrong one. I'm actually on item 4 and would like to be behind Ms. Reverend Jones and Mr.
When we get to item 4, very well. Thank you.
It has been notated. Our next speaker is Stanley Sims. Name and address for the record, please.
Madam Chair, I think we are all a little confused on these items, but I'm on 3, but I think I need to be on 4 as well. I do. Thank you. All right. I'm Stanley Sims, 1320 Avondale Way. I really wanted to speak about this here is because I'm a little concerned, and I think that I'm asking this board to give us a little direction for the problem that has occurred. Even listening to Commissioner Proctor today has really kind of confirmed my fear. And one of my fears is the new go-to now is Blueprint. You need something? Well, we ain't got it, we'll go to Blueprint. And so what I'm concerned, and I'm not knocking affordable housing, because I think affordable housing is something that I think could be a contributing factor for Blueprint. But I'm getting a little concerned, and I love myself some Charlie Ward. Woo woo! You know what I'm saying with me? And I love myself from FAMU. I do, but when I see all of these here sports complexes come up, and these things are not cheap, I'm not kicking them. Let me say this again. I'm sick, y'all, so don't beat me up. I'm not kicking them. But what I am asking Blueprint to do is to guide the need. They need to be able to categorize for year 2024. We've got this much for athletic investment. We've got this much for housing. We've got this much for big developers. And we've got this much for small developers. Oh, I hate calling myself a doggone developer. Businessmen like me. I think it needs to be categorized out. And then that way, we all, you, Mr. Ward, would have a greater understanding of what funds are available. You, as policymakers and decision makers, will know what bids are realistic and not. And me, as a taxpayer, would really know if I got a really good chance to open up an airline and call it Tamika Air and get you all the funding. That's an old joke, and I think, it's okay. But I'm saying
30 seconds.
Information, communication, deletes, reduces confusion. And I'm very easy to get confused.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Sims.
That was our final speaker on Agenda 3.
Thank you so much. Mr. White, is there any comment or presentation from Blueprint on this particular item that basically deals with approval of new appointments to the Blueprint Citizens Advisory Committee?
Yes, Madam Chair. Director Calder can briefly go through just kind of the vacancies and the appointments and the reappointments.
Thank you. Director Calder.
Excellent. So the Blueprint Citizens Advisory Committee is a 14-member body. We have 4 positions that we'd like your direction on today. 2 of those positions are just for reappointment. 2 members, they are eligible for a second term. That's Mary Glowacki and Christopher Daniels. And then we have 2 vacancies. One of those vacancies is through a nominating organization, the Capital City Chamber of Commerce, and they have nominated Byron Green to serve them. And then the 4th position is for the natural scientist biologist position, for which we've received the 3 applications. So we'd like your direction on one of those 3. Next slide, please. So options 1, 2, and 3, we're recommending Chris Daniels, Mary Glowacki, and Byron Green. And then option 4, we'd like your direction on one of those, Maria Brown, Chuck Goodhart, or Christina Omron.
Thank you, Director Calder. So, okay, one second. What we have before us, directors, is 3 options, 1, 2, and 3, where they're recommending 1 individual for those positions. And then for option 4, we have 3 very well qualified applicants who are all environmentalists. So what I'd like to do is entertain a motion to accept the recommendations for options 1, 2, and 3. We want discussions on that. Okay, I'll entertain a motion to accept options 1, 2, and 3. Commissioner Williams Cox.
So moved.
Second.
Thank you. Now we're open for discussion. Commissioner Minor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I had my name card up to talk about option 4 when we're ready.
To talk about option?
Option 4 when we're ready, ma'am. But I'm ready to vote on options 1, 2, and 3 when you're ready. Thank you.
Any other comments on the motion to approve options 1, 2, and 3, which are the recommendations from our staff? No other comments? All those in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposition? Thank you so much. Commissioner Minor regarding option 4.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. On option 4, I wanted to thank all the applicants. All 3 of them have got great credentials, and I want to thank Mr. Goodhart and Ms. Almiron for coming here and speaking today. After looking at the 3 applications, I was kind of at a standstill on which to select, so I made a couple calls, talked to some references, and the one that stood out to me was Mr. Chuck Goodhart because of the many years of experience he's had working on city projects and county project involvement, trails design, that type of thing. It really kind of led me to believe that he would be able to have a strong contribution onto the CSC from day one. So my recommendation, my motion, is to nominate Chuck Goodhart for this position. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Commissioner Richardson?
I would second that motion, Madam Chair. And in addition to the information that, Madam Chair, that Board Member Minor acquired, I also asked of staff their recommendation. That was the feedback I got from them. In addition to going over his credentials, being highly impressed by his credentials and his presentation here this afternoon, as well as the staff recommendation. So I would second that motion.
Thank you, Commissioner Richardson. Are there any other comments before we vote? And I also want to just commend Ms. Almiron and Mr. Goodhart both for coming to speak to us. I read the resumes, their information, and it's very impressive. And so I think the fact that they're all environmentalists, they're concerned about wetlands and just the overall environment is a testament to the quality of applicants that we have to fill those roles. So we are ready for a vote. All those in favor of the motion, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? Hearing none, congratulations, Mr. Goodhart. Now, let's move on to our second item under the general business. Is consideration of the use of local sales surtax revenue for affordable housing. And I think that takes us, to item 4. Mr. White? No, first, do we have any speakers on that item? I'm sorry.
Yes, ma'am. Our
Okay.
first speaker is Robert Deal, followed by Reverend Sylvia Jones, then Stanley Sims.
Thank you.
Name and address, please, for the record.
All righty, I've got a slide for this. Be able to get that up. My name is Robert Dial. Good afternoon. I live at 2409 Oakdale Street, Tallahassee. I'm a member of the Capital Area Justice Ministry Affordable Housing Research Team, and I'm here with my colleague, Rev. Sylvia Jones, to speak to this item. We're disappointed but not surprised to see that staff recommends maintaining the status quo. But after all, their job is to administer the existing programs. As our community's elected officials, you have both the authority and the responsibility to change the status quo to address critical local challenges. The affordable rental housing status quo for very low and extremely low income members of our community is a critical problem. But the staff's report does not explicitly acknowledge this, and so let's review the facts once again. This chart, which is displayed on the screens, many of you have seen before, depicts the latest data on the City Housing Division's dashboard, including the Bradford Lakes development for which the County Commission has just recently approved bonding. The first 2 blue columns on the left show the 14,494 severely housing cost burdened families with extremely low incomes on the left of 30% or less of the area median income. These folks are earning $24,400 or less a year. The second blue column from the left represents the very low income families earning 50% or less of the AMI. These folks in a family of 4 are earning $41,000 or less. The orange columns show that rental projects built since 2020 or in the pipeline are leaving these families behind. The root of the crisis, as we've discussed before, is the lack of financial incentives for rental housing developers to set aside more than the absolute minimum numbers of units for families with very low and extremely low incomes that they're required to do based on the financing instruments that they use. Attachment 1 of the packet for this agenda item, which reviews city and county programs, offers no information on city programs that address these households. That's because none of them do. Attachment 1 does document the County Commission's recent vote to require rental development seeking county financial support to set aside units for people exiting homelessness. And this apparently played a role in the Lake Bradford project, which will now allocate 25% of its units for families with extremely low incomes.
Time has expired.
Oops, I didn't get my 30-second warning. I've got 3 sentences. May I finish?
You have 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Thank you. With the Lake Bradford project, with no financial incentives to do otherwise, most of the units, other than those being set aside for extremely low income, are being set aside for families earning 70 or 80% of the area median income, again, leaving out those folks in the middle that we haven't been able to serve, the second blue column from the left. Today, KGM's asking you to embrace justice and change the status quo. My colleague, Reverend Jones, will tell you what we'd like you to do. Thanks.
Thank you.
Name and address for the record, please.
Good afternoon. I'm Reverend Sylvia Jones. I reside at 4250 Woodbridge Road, Tallahassee. I'm chair of the Capital Area Justice Ministry Affordable Housing Research Committee. The staff report for agenda item number 4 makes clear that the IA board can utilize both infrastructure funds and OEV funds for an affordable rental housing initiative, but doing so will require changing the status quo. Choosing to allocate some OEV funding from the Future Opportunity Leveraging Fund to provide affordable rental housing to retain the extremely low and very low income members of the workforce. Revising the OEV strategic plan to explicitly call for providing an adequate supply of housing for those members of the targeted industries workforce, and/or amending the interlocal agreement to create a project for affordable rental housing for families with extremely low and very low incomes, and reallocating funds from among currently funded projects. KGM recognizes that the funds likely to be available through OEV are very limited. We believe that reallocating some of the projected increases in infrastructure funds offers a better prospect for realizing the goal of the $25 million needed to produce approximately 500 new rental units within mixed income developments that can be afforded by the families with extremely low and very low incomes. We urge you to adopt a motion today directing staff to initiate the process described in the report to amend the interlocal agreement to create an infrastructure project for this purpose. As part of that process, KGM recommends that the city and county administrators work together to convene a workshop of affordable rental housing experts, practitioners, and stakeholders to develop the approach for using infrastructure funds to purchase land to be leased to rental housing developers willing to meet stipulated set-aside requirements for families with extremely low and very low incomes. We are asking you to break the status quo logjam and pave the path to true justice for the members of our workforce who struggle to make ends meet and care for their children. We hope to be able to report to several hundred members of our 20 congregations at our annual network assembly this evening that you have stepped up to meet the challenge. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Stanley Sims, followed by Bill Wilson. Name and address for the record, please.
Very thankful my wife allows me to still reside at 1320 Avondale Way. The reason I'm excited that this blueprint is entertaining the thought for low affordable housing, because of my anxiety, I don't sleep long. So I'm up at 4:30 in the morning. And City Commissioner Curtis Richardson, City Commissioner Curtis Richardson, when I get up at 4:30 in the morning, right there, Mr. Welch, in that same Walmart that I fell out in Saturday, up by the trash bins, you would find sometimes about 4 or 5 cars strategically spread it out. Not this weekend, last weekend. There was a lady in there with a 3-year-old child. I'm not going to embarrass her, but she is a state worker. She had a choice. You pay for your baby to get sick, or you pay your damn rent. She was already a month and a half behind. That's not just at my Walmart. That's at the Walmart on Appalachia Parkway. Instead of the police harassing me and watching what I do in here, why don't you go out there and watch what these people are doing? And Mr. Welch, even at your Walmart, these are safe havens that people have created because why? You have failed them. You, not city staff, you, because you set policy. City Commissioner Curtis Richardson.
30 seconds.
Somebody would like to build that house on the south side. Someone would like to have a circular driveway in front of their house. Hell, they don't want a circular. They don't even want a driveway. They just want decent housing. Decent. And they shouldn't be victimized and put down or have to beg. This is America.
Time has expired.
Thank you, Mr. Sims.
That was our final speaker.
That was the final speaker? I thought you said one more.
I'm so sorry. Our last speaker is Mr. Bill Wilson. Name and address for the record, please.
Bill Wilson, 1816 Old Fort Drive in Tallahassee. I wear a lot of hats today. One, I'm the president of Graceful Solutions, which is an affordable housing developer. I'm the previous chair of the City-County Work Group on Affordable Housing and currently the chair of the Housing Leadership Council. And I also have worked with CAJM's low-income or affordable housing research group. I have a long history of disappointment in trying to get affordable housing done in Leon County. Back in 2016, the work group made several recommendations to both county commissions. You adopted it, and much of those recommendations, you've done nothing about it. One of those was to provide a recurring source of revenue to support the Affordable Housing Trust Fund. That hasn't happened. You were also asked to amend the inclusionary zoning ordinance in order to include the whole county, lower the limits, and include rental housing. Had you done that in 2017, think about the percentage of low and very low income rental units we would have if all the people that have built multifamily developments since 2017 had to include those. They're not there. We've got a shortage of like 14,000 units on the low end, and we need some help. Clearly, you've got the legal ability to use the sales tax money to buy land to support the development of affordable housing, and you use the economic development money to support some other things like infrastructure on the front end of development. It may not meet your current targeted industry study, but it clearly is within each of your items in your strategic plan are addressed, and affordable housing development produces about $11 to $1 investment in terms of economic return. So you've got a chance today to do something different. This is not
the answer. This is the beginning of the process to be able to maybe get the decision about 6 months down the road. And we just ask you to get the ball rolling and direct staff to come back to you at your next meeting with an agenda item to at least be able to consider this sometime in the middle of '24. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Wilson. Is that our last speaker?
Our final speaker is Terrence Henson. Name and address for the record, please.
Good afternoon, Commissioners, Board. Terrence Henson, 107 Young Street, Tallahassee, Florida, 32301. Thank you for this opportunity. I'm here to speak and ask the Board to look favorably at the item that we're discussing now, item 4. The request is unique, and we're prepared to speak with OEV at any time to discuss our role in this. And I'm speaking as a citizen and as a realtor. But the problem of affordable housing is not a unique issue. You have a willing and able partner in Bethel Baptist Church that wants to, and Pastor Dr. Holmes, seek creative ways to alleviate this housing issue. The church has a great track record, has a great team with Donald Gray as the architect of this endeavor, and Roger Wynn with Moore Bass, who's the engineer of this as well. The church owns the land. We're not asking for a lot, but we're asking for the city's assistance to help us move this process along. We don't have the answer. You all don't have the answer, but together we can create a better environment for our citizens, and that includes affordable housing. By allowing this request, it can help Bethel lower its costs to build 150 affordable housing units in the city of Tallahassee. You all are known for being an innovative group. The fact that Blueprint 2000 was even created to assist this city is unique in itself. Curtis Richardson, you were one of the original members of that committee, and we thank you for your service. I thank all of you for your service. But we're here to assist, we're here to help. We're asking you to vote favorably on this particular item. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Henson.
That was our final speaker.
Thank you so much. Mr. White, does your staff have a presentation?
Yes, Madam Chair. Directors, we have a very brief presentation. Blueprint Director Calder will review the permissible use of the infrastructure funds for affordable housing. Then OEV Director Bowers will talk about the permissible use of the economic development funds for affordable housing. And then Blueprint Attorney Dawson will talk about what other communities in Florida are doing. And then we'll look forward to your discussion and direction.
Thank you.
I'd like to turn it over to Blueprint Director Calder now.
Thanks. Okay, next slide, please. So under Florida statutes, there is the allowable use of infrastructure surtax dollars for the acquisition of land for affordable housing. That land needs to be maintained in ownership by the local government, and it does give you some flexibility in order to enter into a ground lease with a public or private entity for the development of that affordable housing. So you may expend the dollars on the acquisition of land. However, the interlocal agreement has to be amended before those infrastructure dollars are used. And the next slide, I'll detail that process. However, go back just one sec. Thank you. However, our recommendation is to not use the infrastructure funds for affordable housing, and that's precisely for the need to continue the implementation of the projects that the IA board has already approved based on their scopes and schedules. Thank you. Next slide. So the substantial amendment process, if you should choose to go down this road to use infrastructure funds for affordable housing, is laid out in your interlocal agreement and further detailed in your bylaws, but it generally includes holding 2 public hearings, and then you would need to consider the recommendations of our Citizens Advisory Committee, our Technical Coordinating Committee, and the Intergovernmental Management Committee. And then typically at the final public hearing is when the IA board would consider the vote to change the interlocal agreement to include a project for affordable housing. And at that place, you would need to have a supermajority vote for all of the county commissioners sitting as a body and the city commissioners sitting as a body. So that means that all the county commissioners would have to have 5 votes in favor and the city would be 4 votes in favor.
Thank you, Director Calder. Good afternoon, directors. I'm pleased to provide you with the staff analysis of the permissible uses of economic development surtax funds for affordable housing. Florida Statute 212.055 states that the IA may use economic development surtax funds for economic development projects having a general public purpose of improving local economies, including the funding of operational costs and incentives related to economic development. To tailor the scope and focus of OEV's work, the IA board approved a 5-year strategic plan in 2016 and approved a subsequent 5-year strategic plan in 2020. And the strategic plan guides our day-to-day work plan at OEV. Also in 2018, the IA board accepted the targeted industry study to further refine the focus of OEV's economic development activities, policies, and funding allocations. Affordable housing is not identified as an objective in the strategic plan or the targeted industry study. Next slide, please. The use of economic development surtax funding is not legally precluded. However, as I stated before, affordable housing does not align with the strategies outlined in the strategic plan and is not incorporated in the targeted industry study. Staff recommends that the IA board accept this report and do not use economic development surtax funds for affordable housing. Using economic development funds for affordable housing will reduce the funding for business attraction, incubation, recruitment, and expansion activities designed to create high-wage jobs. Should the board decide to use economic development surtax funds for affordable housing, OEV policies can be updated by action of the board to identify affordable housing as an eligible project. Projects could then be evaluated using the updated policies and funded accordingly.
Commissioners, first of all, let me share with you that there are 27 Florida counties that collect a local government infrastructure surtax. Of those, 3 counties use their infrastructure portion of their surtax dollars for land acquisition for affordable housing. All 3 of those counties had language on their ballot referendum addressing affordable housing. So the voters knew at the beginning, before that collection of the surtax was put forth, that affordable housing would be addressed. Only 1 county thus far, Pinellas County, has used their funds for land acquisition at this point.
Excuse me, Attorney, can you pull your mic closer to you?
Sure. Sorry about that. Looking first at Pinellas County, they have a 10-year surtax. 4.15% is devoted to land acquisition for affordable housing. Pinellas County is similar to Leon County in that they do have an economic development allocation component to their surtax. Collier County, they started their collection in 2019 with a ballot summary that specifically stated to acquire land and support construction for workforce housing. Collier County is very interesting because their surtax ordinance will actually sunset in December. They had language in the ordinance which stated that the surtax would run for a period of 7 years or until they reached $490 million was collected. Several years out, they actually reached the $490 million. They reached it this year, so they will have to sunset their surtax collection because the ordinance language specifically says whichever was sooner. Meanwhile, they have $20 million that's set aside for land acquisition. To date, none of those funds have been spent on affordable housing. Collier County, as well as Alachua County, which I'll get to in a second, does not have an economic development allocation similar to what we have. Looking at Alachua County, they approved their surtax in 2022. It is, they actually started collecting in January of this year, and it will run until 2032. Half a cent is allocated for public infrastructure and affordable housing. And again, this was noted for the voters when the ballot referendum was put to the voters. And so, thus far, we don't have any data on Alachua County using its affordable housing surtax dollars for project because they just started their collection. Thank you. That's it.
And with that, the recommended option is option one, and that's to accept the report, and we look forward to your direction.
Thank you. I want to thank the directors and the staff for that analysis and for the information that they have compiled under this particular agenda item. Commissioner Proctor.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Commissioners. This is not rocket science. One of the problems, which always has been a classist approach for our use of the economic development, is that very limited notion of attracting high-paying jobs. And for some reason, use of our money to attract other people from outside of the boundaries of our community for high-paying jobs is a very exclusive idea, and it overlooks, in many ways, people who fall onto the wayside here in our community who may be local, may be intergenerational dwellers of this county and community. I find that language to be very narrow, and what has occurred over recent years is that while I don't think this one penny can accomplish and do affordable housing, because I believe within the last maybe 24 months, interest rates are gone from 4 to near 8%. I don't know at 8% and where the market is, who can afford a house? I really don't understand 30% of the medium and the 50% below to this and the 80% that I don't know what that means to me. If you're talking about, if you don't make 6 figures and interest has gone to 8%, you, all of y'all, all of us, every one of us is running out of steam in this game. So with there being no market banking community, folk who loan money, index of affordability, that thing is so steep and has tripped a switch that has fostered a cataclysm of oil spilling on a pole that people cannot climb. It's too slippery. And it's gone so steep. And I really don't know if we can afford to take this one penny to do what, to fill the hole that affordable housing costs and what housing costs right now. We wouldn't meet the market's need or even probably place a dent. Go to that one starfish that got thrown back in the water. It mattered that we tried. But I would dare say my interest here is knowing Mr. Henson's ask of us, who I respect, Pastor Holmes, the great work that's occurring, moving forward for housing. I think that we've supported some bond issue for somebody from out of town. And it's amazing to me that when it comes to affordable housing, we tend to put our name behind people from out of the state, from San Diego and from Memphis and from anywhere but here. We have to do a little soul searching. Do we live flesh and blood as an economic development priority? And if you're thinking about crime, and if you're thinking about people who languish on the streets, bringing values of property down, there's a lot wider consideration. And commissioners, I do believe that what we're looking at is just to attract people for high-paying jobs. We're at a different place. There's a different, more urgent need, and perhaps there's room to expand that. But if we do, I'm not over-optimistic that given 8% market, people can't get on, they can't qualify, and the banks are not dropping the ladder to reach them. The escalator doesn't come down far enough to reach them. Those things considered, if we move forward, I want to put some money behind who I know can get it done and whose track record bears witness to their execution of a vision and a mission, and that's the Bethel Missionary Baptist Church effort. So when I looked at my earlier comments of Commissioner Williams-Cox asked for the Bethel proposal to give consideration, I want to make sure that if we move, that we fix the new parameters for housing and allocation, that we are not setting rules that exclude the Bethel, but we set parameters that for a local investor and one who's empathetic and an entity that understands the needs of this community already, and they ain't from San Diego, we need to set rules that include their efforts to go forward, and that this money be placed in the hands of people we know, trust, and believe in, and have a track record. Those things being said, Madam Chair, I may get a second crack on this once I've heard others. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Proctor, for those comments. Commissioner Porter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I agree with a lot of what Commissioner Proctor said. I think that, just as an anecdotal example, when we talk about retaining local talent, retaining young talent, I know so many people who I graduated with, it's been 12 years now or so, a lot of them decided to stay in Tallahassee because at the time, and even still now, it was more affordable than moving to other mid-sized cities or other large cities. We've had discussions about different priorities and different needs. I wasn't on the board at the time, but when COVID hit, I know that those who were here at the city and the county and Blueprint made adjustments to meet that need. I think that we're at a critical point in in the history of, it's really at a crisis level. So I think that having this as an option is important for us to explore. It doesn't, if we move forward today, it doesn't mean that we'll move forward with making a substantial amendment. And it doesn't mean that even if we do, that we will fund a project. But I think that I don't see why we wouldn't have that as an option for us. So I'm ready to make a motion if you would entertain one.
Are you going to make your motion now?
Sure, yeah, I wasn't sure. I wanted to make sure. Yes, I would make a motion that we do move forward with the substantial amendment process to include affordable housing as a, an element that we can fund.
Second.
And just for clarification, Commissioner Porter, is your motion directed to the infrastructure funds? I think that matters. Am I correct, Director?
Yeah,
What? Is it directed to the infrastructure funds or the OEV funds?
I would say both.
Both.
Madam Chair, we would also like to, as part of the motion, include option one as well.
Sure, and accept the report.
Okay. So it's been moved and the second by Commissioner O'Keefe. Commissioner Richardson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As Mr. Henderson said, my history with this goes back from the very beginning, the original Blueprint 2000 committee. When this city and county were growing at a rapid pace, and yet the infrastructure was not keeping pace with that growth. Basic infrastructure, roads, sidewalks, water, sewer. And a group of us came together representing the business community, neighborhoods, community organizations. It was well represented. The real estate industry, I believe, was also represented. And we came together, had a series of community forums where we took input from individuals throughout the community as to what the needs of this city and county were at the time in terms of infrastructure improvements. We came up with that list of projects. We took that to the community and explained to them, the taxpayers of our community, what the needs of the community were at the time. The community voted to tax itself for the next 20 years to include an additional penny sales tax for the next 20 years to fund those infrastructure projects. It was clear to everybody in the community what those projects were, and we felt, and we did, keep faith with the taxpayers and voters of this community that those projects would be completed, that they would be completed on time, and at least within budget. And every single one of those projects met those criteria, every single one. When we had to come back 20 years later to this community to convince the taxpayers and voters, again, that we needed to extend that penny sales tax for future needs, because we had kept faith with the voters and taxpayers of this community, we had overwhelming support for continuing that sales tax. We identified, again, and Terrence, you'll hear? Yeah, well, he was a part of the sales tax committee. It was, again, a committee of individuals who represented this community across the spectrum. We met for several months. We had extensive meetings and community input, giving everyone an opportunity to have input into that process. We met on FAMU's campus. We met in the Northeast. We met on the west side of town so that everyone would understand what the continuing needs of this community were in that respect. I had the honor of serving as the vice chair of that committee. Steve Evans was our chair. We came up again with a list of projects that we thought were needed in this community. The voters in 2014 determined, yeah, we will agree again to extend this penny sales tax to fund those continuing projects. 32 projects, Alderman, if I'm not correct, is it 32?
27 in the Blueprint 2020 program.
27 projects. And again, the voters and taxpayers of this community said that they were willing to tax themselves for another 20 years to fund those 27 projects. One of the things that Terrence and myself, Christique Henry was a member of that committee. I can't remember everybody else that was on it, but one of the things that we fought like hell for were projects that would improve the quality of life of individuals on the south side of this community. We fought like hell for that because the south side of Tallahassee had gone neglected for so many years. And I'll say it again, I don't give a damn who doesn't like it. I've lived on the south side of this community for 31 years. I chose to live there. My wife and I chose to build our home there because we saw the potential. We chose to raise our 2 children there. But I knew And that's why I ran for the city commission, that we needed improvements to improve the quality of life for those residents who lived on the south side of town. And we did that. And a majority of the projects, right now we're looking at, Autumn, how many in total projects are we looking at for the south side of town?
17.
17 of those 27 projects had a total of at least $270 million. That's what we're looking at investing on the south side of Tallahassee, an area that has been neglected in this community for the decades that I've lived here. And so that gives you my history with this whole project and how we've gotten to where we are now. I agree with Cajun and Bethel Baptist. There is a critical need for affordable housing in this community. I don't think anybody would argue with that. That is not a need unique to the city of Tallahassee or Leon County. I talk to my colleagues from across the state, and I hear the same thing in communities throughout the state of Florida. And I'm sure it's the same throughout this nation. And it's been one of my personal top priorities. One of the first things I did as a city commissioner, and it took me 4 years to accomplish it, was to include the south side of Tallahassee in the CRA district. I did that, why? For investment in the south side of Tallahassee, number one. Secondly, because I had had conversations with Brenda Williams, who is the director of the Tallahassee Housing Foundation. And she shared a vision with me of improving the quality of life of the individuals who at the time lived in the Orange Avenue apartments. And so we thought that by including the South City in the CRA district, that dollars could be made available for at least starting that project. And that's how that early funding from the CRA, that's how the Orange Avenue redevelopment project began. And we've included city funds and additional CRA funds to that during the course of the redevelopment and revitalization of that project. So I say that to show you how long I have personally been dealing with this issue. I serve as the city's representative on the Tallahassee Lenders Consortium board. Our mission is to make home ownership available to those who desire it. And we go to great lengths to do that. Karen Miller, our executive director, our board, a phenomenal job in addressing those issues in our community. We just had a block party on Saturday where we invited people to come out and learn about the services available through the Tallahassee Lenders Consortium and what can be done to assist individuals in fulfilling that American dream of home ownership. You all might have seen the young lady who was interviewed on television saying that it had taken her 5 years getting through all the roadblocks and hurdles to become a homeowner. I also represent the City Commission as the government representative on our AHAT, the Affordable Housing Advisory Committee, which is legislatively mandated. We just finished our most recent report, and you all, both city and county commissioners, will be getting a copy of that report to be considered and ratified at our respective meetings. But in that report, it talks about the number of initiatives that both the city and the county have implemented to address this issue of affordable housing within our community. And you'll read in the report those recommendations and the impact that they will have or could potentially have in addressing this issue. Also in the community, we have Habitat for Humanity in the city of Tallahassee, and I'm not sure if the county has the same relationship, but we have partnered with Habitat for Humanity, and we've allowed our employees to go out and volunteer to build homes in the community for individuals who desire to acquire that American dream of home ownership. The City of Tallahassee just recently was awarded the 2023 SHIP Award by the Florida Housing Foundation. I hope I have that correct. Was it the Florida Housing Foundation, Mayor? Recognizing us for the initiatives that we have taken as a city to address the issue of affordable housing in our community. Over the past 5 years, we've had 3,000 affordable housing units either completed or in the pipeline, more than over the past 25 years combined. 3,000. Will that solve the problem? Of course it won't. But it certainly shows that we have taken the initiative and we are moving forward, and that is one of the top priorities in our strategic plan, second only to public safety. I mentioned the AHAC report that you'll be getting a copy of soon. Commissioner Proctor has mentioned some of the obstacles to obtaining what we're trying to obtain here. If we look at the interest costs, when I financed my home in 1995, the interest rate was 2.99%. That was in 1995. The interest rate currently, as Commissioner Proctor pointed out, 8.5%. That probably would have forced me out of the market if I was buying now. I may not have been able to afford a home, this kind of home that I have. We all know, because of COVID, the impact that that had on the cost of building materials and the availability of those materials, not just the cost, but the availability and how that impacted the cost. So that too adds to that affordability equation. And then finally, the land availability. You know, right now what we're looking at is infill development in Tallahassee and Leon County. Most of the available land for housing is in the northeast part of town. So how are we going to make that land available for affordable housing and interest the developers in wanting to build in those areas? So I say all of that to say this. I think we need to look carefully at what we're doing here, because it's going to have a long-term impact on what, I mean, we've already got people in the community now saying, what in the hell is that Blueprint Committee doing? We don't know what they're doing. They're just giving money like it's theirs for the taking. So we need to make sure that we don't lose faith with the voters and taxpayers of this community by inappropriately, and I won't say inappropriately because that's probably not the right word, but just not keeping faith with what we went to the voters and taxpayers of this county and told them that we would do with these funds. And so if it's anything that's going to detract from what we promised the voters and taxpayers in this community, I can't support it. And that's coming from an individual, as I've outlined here, whose top priority from the time I came to this commission has been this issue of affordable housing, and it will continue to be. But if this is where we're headed, I can't support it and lose faith with the taxpayers and voters of this community. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Richardson. We always intrigued by your historical analysis, and we certainly appreciate your public service that you've given to this community for many years, as you've just stated. Commissioner Williams-Cox.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to the Dean, and thank you for that history lesson. And you're right, we want to keep faith, but we also need to keep pace. And there are things that are happening It has never happened before. And far be it from us to sit here and pretend that we don't see it happening. And we've got to start with the man or the woman in the mirror. And I think that the time has come, and that the voters would agree, because some of them are those who are in need, that we need to be creative. We need to be innovative. We need to do some things that will help them meet the challenges of today. 20 years ago, we may not have seen this coming. We didn't see COVID coming. We didn't see a lot of things coming. But for us to sit here and not recognize that affordable housing is low income, low rent, low housing is an issue in our community. And we're addressing it at the City of Tallahassee as much as we can. The county, you're also addressing it as well. I am very intrigued by what I saw Pinellas County doing. I happened to be at the White House a couple of weeks ago with the mayor, who is a Rattler, by the way, of St. Pete, and they are doing some innovative things in St. Pete, and we've heard him present the kind of things that they're doing. And I think that being the capital city of the third largest state in the nation, we too can learn from what others have done. And so I want to thank the staff for bringing us some cities and what they're doing. I would like to see us look at, when we look at the blueprint pie, there is 88% for infrastructure and 12 little measly pieces for economic vitality. I would like for us to focus on the large part of the pie, the infrastructure side, and figure out where can we scrape the money to allocate for affordable housing. I know that projects are underway, and there are projects that haven't started, and there are projects, some are further along than others. But I would like to see us look at projects that, might have a little money left over, that might need a little reallocation somewhere, and see if we can't use some of those dollars to help us at least start our affordable housing to try to meet that need. And I know Commissioner Porter made a motion to look at OEV and infrastructure, and I would like to see if we can focus on infrastructure, because there's not much in OEV. I don't know how many times you can split 12 when you got 88 sitting over here. We may be able to do more with it. I'm looking at Autumn. I know you're shaking your head, Autumn. I know projects are underway, but we're going to be efficient in those projects, and we're going to get folks that come and help us so that we can at least have some monies. And with the Bethel project, they already have land. So currently, what the law says now, that we can acquire land, they already have the land. And I say that with Cajun as well. I mean, I know we want affordable housing, but we got to come to the table with something. It's a partnership, not one way. And so we need land to build on. So, as we heard recently, God is making more animals and what have you, but he's not making more land. And so those of us who have land need to leverage it to allow us to be able to meet this need of affordable housing. So I say all of that to say, Commissioner Porter, I would ask if we could, if you would be interested in amending your motion to have the focus on the infrastructure piece instead of the economic vitality piece. And if so, I can support that. But we got to get started, or we're never going to get there. And we can talk about it, but until we make a step forward, the journey of 1,000 miles starts with the first step, and we've got to get there. So that's what I'm asking, if you'd be interested in.
So are you offering a friendly amendment to her motion?
I'm asking her if she will accept a friendly amendment to her motion to begin the substantial amendment only for the infrastructure piece.
Madam Chair.
Yes, please.
Thank you. I don't have strong feelings about that. If that's going to be a sticking point for other members of this board, then I'd be willing to amend my motion.
Okay, great. Who second her okay. Would you still second it, Commissioner O'Keefe?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Okay, great. And I believe thank you, Commissioner Williams-Cox. Commissioner O'Keefe, I think you are next in the queue.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll start by saying, getting the easy stuff out of the way, but I'm excited that we might be moving forward on the infrastructure, even if we're not on the economic development. That's why I'm sticking with the second. What is that thing about a bird in the hand versus the bush? I'm going to take what's here. But I will just note that when we talk about economic development side, it may feel like we don't have a lot, but after my briefing, or during my briefing, and the directors can correct me, looking at the Future Opportunity Leveraging Fund over the next, through fiscal year 2025, there is $5 to $6 million that would be funded. Now, don't tell anyone else because we'll have more requests. But I think, so as we think about things generally, we don't have to think just what we have this year. That's all. So, but to the infrastructure piece, I'm really excited about this. And I want to first thank staff, even though I disagree with the recommendation. What this did was a very good job of bringing examples and really being open and saying, here's what you said you want, here's what others did, and here's what we've done. And we think for these reasons we shouldn't do it, but here's all your information. It was very helpful. So I like talking about, I'm going to talk specifically about affordable rental housing because that's what I think is the key, is more key to the critical success of our economic development projects and our community as a whole. This is the #1 thing that got me to run for office growing up and dealing with my family's experience with housing. And this is not, I don't think we should think of this as things that take away from our projects and our development. A study by the National Association of Home Builders found that a lack of affordable renting housing can lead to decrease in population growth and job creation, which can have a negative impact on local economic development. And that's why affordable rental housing is critical to support our community's growth. And then, we talk about voters, we have the projects, this is what voted on in 2014, and that is right. And that's why I like making sure we understand that we're not changing any policy today. We are starting a process to have significant input from the public, to hear what they say, to then go make a decision. Because I think, I don't know about you, but if you ask me what I care most about now versus 10 years ago, it's going to be different. And I think that's what I've heard from the citizens. And I think that's why this is brought up. I think it came up because we've heard so much from people about this. And so let's give them a chance to weigh in and see if this is something we want to focus on. And, those folks that are homeless, that are working, that are living outside Walmart, those folks that are struggling to pay rent, they also pay this sales tax every time they buy stuff. And I think that their trust in us for next time may be the strongest when they see a more direct benefit, that something helps them directly. And so I think that people will appreciate and trust us considering their sales tax use with their input based on what we've heard from people day in and day out, at least in my experience. And then I like where we're going with this. And the other thing is, those voters that voted on that ballot, they didn't have the chance to vote for affordable housing. They were given a list of projects on a website that was set, and they could vote up or down on those projects. And so we don't know if they could write that in. I don't suggest we do that either on the next one. And so I'll just leave it with this. It's a great idea. I'm excited that we are going to deliberately and thoughtfully look at changing the rules based on input instead of bouncing around. And to Commissioner Proctor's point about interest rates, 8% interest rates for people in the private market buying and building homes and developers, I think that actually gives us an opportunity as a local government to strike while the iron is hot. I think it's an economic timing advantage when developers are going to have difficulty getting private financing. If we line ourselves up to be able to decide that we want to provide local government financing and we don't get charged those same 8% rates, we have a competitive advantage to see developers take advantage of the things we propose. And I think if we start considering this, we might be able to put ourselves in a strong position where private enterprise can't loan money, but we, if the will of the people that were elected want to use our tax money, and step in when it's a better opportunity. So with that, I'll pass. Thank you.
Madam Vice Chair, can I ask a point of inquiry of last speaker?
On point.
That money would be found a pool from what source, and are we able to utilize the penny sales tax as a revolving loan fund? Can we do that? Can does staff know legally, can we use it as a revolving loan? Okay. So, sounded real good, but I'm just pondering the source of local government backing efforts to alleviate affordable housing.
Sure. Madam Chair? Well, Madam Vice Chair, good question. So let me separate. I'm not talking about us giving people loans to buy houses. I'm suggesting that let me pause, this discussion this is theoretical, because this discussion is about starting a process to see if we're even allowed to change rules to allow things. When I say we might have an advantage if we're able to, is not on an individual. Think of the builder, okay? And if you're a builder and people can't buy homes because there's 8% interest rates, you might not get financing to build a development as much. And instead, so you're deciding, I'm not going to build as many regular houses for people who can't get 8% interest rates. If at the same time, local government is saying, we've got $5 million that we are going to use to buy land for someone who wants to build affordable housing on it and then collect rent from it, they may say, oh, I'd rather build that because the government, who doesn't have to borrow that money because the taxpayers are paying it, interest, the builder might say, oh, I like that opportunity better because right now the investment opportunity. Now I'm deep into economic opportunity theory, and if you want, you can just ignore everything I said and think about whether you think we should start.
No, it whet my appetite of interest, and that's why I wanted you to delve a little further. I'm not an investment type guy, so that language is not just familiar, but I was trying to follow where you were going, so thank you for sharing.
Commissioner, thank you, Commissioners. Commissioner Minor?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate the discussion. You know, I think all of us would agree that we're in a housing emergency here in this community as well as the nation, and you see it everywhere, right? It feels like our community and the nation at large, we're fraying. Homelessness is at record levels, 500,000 people homeless in 2022. Crime is up nationwide. A lot of that has to do with affordable housing shortages. Fact. So I think we all understand the urgency of this issue and the necessity for us to deal with it. We need to proceed very cautiously on this because the voters didn't explicitly vote for blueprint dollars to be used for affordable housing. It doesn't mean that we're prohibited from doing so. It just means that we need to be very cautious about moving forward. And I would like to ask Blueprint, I believe that the other three counties, Collier, Pinellas, and Alachua, all had affordable housing expenditures for their sales tax on the ballot. Is that correct? Okay, so we would be the fourth county in Florida going forward with this if we did, but the only county that did not have an explicit referendum on the ballot where voters approved this. I'm just saying that because we need to move very, very carefully and cautiously because the trust and credibility that we have with our voters is everything for Blueprint, everything. Couple things. 4 months ago, the legislature passed the Live Local Act, which is going to should dramatically change the housing market in this state. It's designed to $711 million into affordable housing projects. It also does some policy changes where now the developers can come to local governments with mixed residential, commercial, and industrial zones with development projects that promise, I think, 40% of affordable housing. The local government is required now to approve that request. That's something new in Live Local. So this past 4 months ago, we should be seeing an influx of new requests coming in because there's a whole bunch of new land available for affordable housing projects throughout the state and also here in Leon County that were not available before this bill passed. So that's a huge dynamic that is newly introduced to us that we need to be cognizant of. If this thing should move forward, we should be asking our staff how Live Local, how these policy changes and how this money might help us leverage this new policy, or how will Live Local help us take advantage of the current situation with our policy, with all the work that the city and the county have been doing, which has been extensive on affordable housing. So I want to bring up Live Local because no one's talked about that yet. That changes the playing field that we're on. We just don't know what the pieces are and where they are yet. Two things I want to request on this motion. And if the motion maker will accept this, I will support this going forward with the idea that I think all of us will scrutinize whatever agenda item comes back. One, Mr. Bowers mentioned that our ROI for Blueprint overall is 6-to-1. So for every $1 that we have in investment, we get $6 back to the economy. I think Mr. Wilson said that that affordable housing investments pay off at 11-to-1. So $1 invested in affordable housing pays off $11 in the local economy. That seems a little high to me. So my question is, to staff, Madam Chair, is would it be possible or feasible for us to do an economic analysis of this type of policy? Something is akin to CIFA. I don't know if CIFA's model would allow this type of analysis, but is there a way where we could come back at a future date and take a look at the economic benefits, the ROI that Blueprint would have should we move forward on this? And that's a question, Madam Chair, I have for our
Thank you,
staff.
Mr. White.
It's definitely something we can look into. I don't have an answer today. I know we've had some conversations with CIFA about it. Director Bowers, if you have anything to add, but it's definitely something we can look at and see what is available.
You're right, Mr. White. We have had some conversations about
this, the opportunity cost. What would we be giving up by funding this type of policy, right? I mean, both for infrastructure. I mean, the friendly amendment if it's infrastructure only, let's take a look at the infrastructure availability. We've got unencumbered funds that are projected to be available through the remaining life of Blueprint. I'd like to see what that is and how that matches up. Also, what might we be? I don't even want to say it, but if there were, what other encumbered projects are there? Because I think we have an obligation to our voters to make sure those projects are moving forward, especially the ones that were explicitly voted on by the voters. So I'd like to see that opportunity cost analysis comparing what this would be with the existing obligations as well as the unencumbered funds that are available through the life of the remaining Blueprint cycle. So to Commissioner Porter, if you would be willing to accept those two items as information coming back to us with this agenda item, I will support the motion.
Commissioner Minor, before we get to that, let me ask staff, isn't that something that we would just ordinarily do anyway, an analysis on the impact of our current projects going forward and, adversely, what have you? Wouldn't that be something that we would have to do due diligence about anyway?
Right, right. Should this motion pass, we would bring back an agenda item that would include draft language for this new project description that would go into the interlocal agreement. So for each Blueprint project, it has a short project description that guides it. And so we would bring draft language back for your consideration, as well as a budget analysis analyzing what funding might be available, what the statuses of the projects are that are currently underway.
And my point of Commissioner Minor is I think it goes without saying that we as commissioners directors would want that information. I don't really think the motion needs to be amended to add that. I think that's something that we would just get from staff.
Madam Chair, thank you. So long as we have that analysis coming back on showing unencumbered funds projected to be available, as well as the additional allocated projects, so we can compare that. If that's part of the agenda item that would come back, I'm fine with not asking to request that for the friendly amendment. Now, the economic analysis piece, that's something I want to be very clear about as well. If that's something that is going to come back to us in the future agenda item, something that we can really trust in, I think that'd be very important. If I need to, I can make a friendly amendment to that effect. But if our Blueprint staff will say that will be part of the agenda item, I'm happy to move on.
That wouldn't typically be part of it, so it would be cleaner if it were part of the amendment.
So, Madam Chair, what I'd like to
Okay.
do is request from
part.
Commissioner Porter to accept that one piece as a friendly amendment.
Madam Chair,
Yes, please.
may I ask a question? Perhaps to you, Commissioner Minor, or to staff. I'm not sure I really understand what the opportunity cost, like what we would be considering, because we're not talking about a figure here. We're just talking about the option. It seems like that would be something we would only evaluate if we were talking about a specific project. I mean, we could move forward with this and never approve a project or spend any money. So I don't, am I making sense? I don't
Yes,
understand what we would be comparing it to.
I think you are. Clarification, Commissioner
Yes,
Minor?
Madam Chair, thank you very much. I would respectfully disagree with that because I wouldn't want to go through the process of a substantial amendment unless we thought that it was a viable policy for us to actually implement. If we were to go ahead and proceed with this, and let's say the substantial amendment passes and is adopted, we will have a lot of people coming to us asking for funding for affordable housing projects alongside existing unencumbered funds, allocated projects, that we will then have to periodically, frankly, discuss and argue about. Do we keep these existing projects, or do we relinquish some of those funds to fund this affordable housing request? I think we want to have that analysis coming up here now, because if it looks like that's a decision I think I would like to make. If future requests are going to be taking money away from existing encumbered funds, allocated projects, that's going to affect my decision-making when this comes back for our approval.
Madam Chair,
Yes, please.
I just want to clarify. I agree with you. What I don't understand is how we analyze the opportunity cost if we're not talking about a dollar amount.
Madam Chair.
Usually it would be like, okay, well, we could spend $10 million here, or we could spend it in all these other places and get a higher ROI. In this case, we're not. Of course, I assume people will want this money if we move forward, but I'm not understanding what that analysis looks like without a dollar amount.
And Commissioner Minor, I think what she's saying is, if we go through the substantial amendment process, and as we get requests, depending on the dollar amount, then staff has something to work with, and they could bring back the analysis to us. But then you can go ahead, you can comment.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I'll wrap this up just last time. But Commissioner Porter, I know what you're saying. What I'd like to see, and what will help me make my decision on whether or not I would, if this moves forward, if we would proceed with this as a substantial amendment, is we don't have a dollar number on what the individual affordable housing projects will request. We do have the amount for projected capacity of this blueprint cycle for the remaining amount of the cycle. So that would be the amount of unencumbered money that's available from here until the end of the blueprint cycle. So that's the money that's available. We haven't bonded it, but we have the capacity to bond that in the future should we wish to. And so I'd like to see that as part of the analysis here, because it helps us form an opinion on what possible funds will be available. If the projections are correct, what funds might be available for this or for other projects. Thank you, Madam Chair. I won't need to go back another time.
Thank you, Commissioner Minor. So you're not asking for a friendly amendment to the motion that's on the floor. You're just asking them to do a projection through 2039.
Well, ma'am, just to recap, so the opportunity cost analysis seems like it's part of the agenda item already. Okay. What I was asking Commissioner Porter to accept as a friendly amendment was having that economic analysis, the ROI, on what projects like this would provide to Blueprint. Right now, we have a 6-to-1. Mr. Wilson said 11-to-1, which I think is, intuitively, it seems very high to me, but I'd like to have a good, reliable economic analysis on what this type of project would provide to Blueprint in terms of its ROI. And that's not normally part of the agenda item, which is why I'm asking Commissioner Porter to accept that as a friendly amendment.
Please.
If I could just clarify, we have an existing contract with CFA, FSU CFA department, so we can actually just request the analysis to be done.
Okay.
If that helps.
Thank you.
And Madam Chair, if Blueprint staff believes that would be sufficient with CFA providing economic analysis, I'm fine with that too.
You're okay?
Yeah, but it would still be a friendly amendment that Commissioner Porter would need to accept.
if they can provide it without,
Yeah, we have an existing contract, and we could, simply ask them to do an analysis of the, the particular affordable housing aspect of this. Now, they may come back and tell us that they need more information or they can't do it, but we can certainly make that request because we have an existing contract with them to provide those services with us.
Madam Chair, I am asking for this body to include an economic analysis in the agenda item. We can ask CFA. We're under contract with them, you said twice. That's fine. I'd like to have the economic analysis in the agenda item, and I'm hoping that Commissioner Porter will accept that as a friendly amendment.
so to move it along, why don't we, if Commissioner Porter does not object, just allow it to just be part of the motion? Are you okay with that analysis?
Madam Chair, yeah, I'll say that to move this along, that's fine. I would really rather this stay a little cleaner, frankly. And it sounds like if this moves forward, we'll have many opportunities to discuss this. That would really be my preference.
We will. Thank you, Commissioner Porter. Commissioner O'Keefe, you seconded. Are you okay with that?
I will continue to second it and hope we can keep it simple going forward.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much.
Point of clarification?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so.
You're on point, right?
Yes, on point. She said yes, but then she said no. I'm trying to, because you said I'll do it if I have, what I interpret is I'll do it if that's what we need to do, but I would rather it remain simple. So I kind of took that as, well, I hear what he's saying, but I don't really want to do it. I'm just kind of doing it because the chair's asked me to do it. So I'm trying to get from you, are you doing it or are you not adding?
And it's just adding the economic analysis.
Sure, I guess, sure. It seems like it's something we'd already do, but if you're more comfortable that we include it in the motion, I will. I'd like to hear what other people have to say about this, and in general, as the maker of the motion, it's my desire that we not pile more things on, because we're going to have a lot of opportunity to talk about this if we move forward. So that is just my preference, but thank you, Commissioner Maddox, for the clarification. Is it clear?
Thank you, Commissioner Porter. I think it's clear. Thank you. The Mayor Daley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I certainly do appreciate it. It's been a very spirited debate, and I appreciate everybody's input on this. I do not intend to support the motion on the table respectfully, and I'm going to make a substitute motion at the end. Folks, this is probably the biggest decision that's come before this board since we've all been together. I mean, what we are contemplating is for the first time in the history of Blueprint, going through the substantial amendment process on infrastructure. And I just want to throw that out there. I'm loving the discussion, by the way. I really am. And there's some really good points that are being made. But this is the first time this has ever been proposed on infrastructure. Now, I, for one, wish that the legal analysis, which, by the way, great job, unfortunately, it's not the answer I was looking for. I was hoping we'd have a little bit more flexibility, but state law is state law. And I appreciate the hard work on behalf of staff and where we are. At the same time, affordable housing and workforce housing is a top priority of the city and the county. And kudos to all of us for thinking creatively as we're moving forward. To the item that's before us and the motion that's before us. Commissioner Richardson, you said it so eloquently. We have made a commitment by taking this to referendum, and we have 27 projects that we have to build because it passed by referendum. Commissioner O'Keefe, I do respectfully disagree on the comment about they didn't have the opportunity to vote. In fact, we had the Citizens Advisory Council of Blueprint for 18 to 24 months have open house after open house after open house after open house. It did not make the project list. Now, to your point, times have changed. I get that as well. Fair comments on both sides. But I am extremely hesitant about opening Pandora's box. That has never been done in the history of this program, of this intergovernmental agency on the infrastructure side specifically. Now, here's another thing to keep in mind as we talk through this. Infrastructure right now are projects. It's brick and mortar. What we're actually talking about is a program. Or at least this is how I'm understanding it. And if developers come before us, then there is a process to go through. It's not like Blueprint's going out and we're going to build 18,000 units, right? No, it's not our project. It's a program that is to be designed, as I'm understanding this, as we go through this amendment process, that will include economic analysis, that will include how this would actually work, that would eventually end, if it passed the substantial amendment process on the infrastructure side. Am I understanding that correctly, Madam Chair?
I believe you are, Mr. Mayor.
So I would feel a lot more comfortable before formally entering this process of actually looking at that economic analysis. Because Commissioner Minor, you are correct. We have passed a balanced budget. It will impact infrastructure projects, no doubt about it. We have projections for the future, as you rightly stated, that we could leverage against and bond against. But you know as well as I do that if a housing project comes before us, they're not going to say, and we're going to wait 10 years to build it. No, they're going to want to do it right now, and the need is right now, which means we would be bonding against future projections. Where this would impact our budget specifically is 5-year capital outlook of what we're looking at right now, 5-year capital budget plan. So there will be economic impact because we have a balanced budget right now. That is something that needs to be taken into consideration. We are about to vote to begin for the first time in the history of this government, IA, to open up without any economic analysis, without any plan in place, so to speak, and I just think we're putting the cart before the horse. I would suggest that we take a deep breath, we accept the report. If there is a separate motion to bring back what this program would look like, what the economic analysis would look like, why don't we consider all that first before we start the substantial amendment process? Here's the other side, Commissioner Porter. If we do go through all this and we all agree 100% it's a great idea, there is no guarantee that it's going to pass because there's so many steps in the substantial amendment process that it's actually going to pass. I would rather get all of our ducks in a row in advance, make sure that we've got a great program, we know the economic impact, we know how this fits in with the voter-approved by referendum projects so that we can guarantee success. I just don't know if we're there right now. Madam Chair, I will make a substitute motion for option 1.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Is there a second?
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
second by Commissioner Caban. Commissioner Caban, I think you're up.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. I first want to say that, Commissioner Porter, I think your heart is in a great place with this. That's one of probably my top point is that we all know that
I'm sorry, Commissioner Caban, can you speak into your mic? Yeah, pull it
Thank you.
closer to you.
I said, Commissioner Porter, I believe your heart is in the right place with this, and I think that we can all agree that affordable housing is a dire need in our community. It's a dire need across the state of Florida. It's a dire need all over the world right now. And I support affordable housing. Just today, the county, we had, with our SHIP funds, we built a new home for a resident in my district. It was a great event, and I applaud county staff for that. It was seeing the happiness and the pure joy in some of our constituents' faces was something that you can't replace. It was probably one of the most heartfelt moments I've had since being a commissioner. But I brought with me today, just in case anyone wanted to review it, but this is the referendum that voters voted on in regards to this 1% sales tax. And I think that it's important that we maintain the transparency of this organization and remind ourselves that taxpayers didn't vote for this 1% sales tax to go to affordable housing. And I think that by us saying, well, they didn't have the opportunity to, I think that's a slippery slope because that could really be applied to anything that comes before a ballot. I think that if we want to increase affordable housing in our community, I think that we need to look at our comp plan and make sure that current zoning is giving builders and developers the opportunity to increase density in the urban services area, to go up on housing, and to build more units. I also think, that there are opportunities in the county, in our own board, where we could ease on some code to increase density in multiple different areas. And I've seen some of this myself. Mr. Mayor, I agree with you. I think that this is potentially one of the biggest things that's come before this board, is we are taking a chunk of money that taxpayers didn't vote on. We have approved projects. We are already seeing costs increase on projects. And I think that this would ultimately affect projects. And so with that being said, I will support the mayor's substitute motion. But again, Commissioner Porter, I do think your heart is in the right place. Commissioner Williams-Cox, I saw she stepped out, but I think her heart is in the right place. I think everyone who's looking to support this, I think everyone's heart is in the right place with this. I think it's just about how are we going to go about creating more affordable housing. But I think right now, with what taxpayers voted on, I don't believe Blueprint is the right organization for this right now. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Caban. Commissioner Matlow.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank everybody for the comments. We've had a lot of, I'd call, knockdown, drag-out fights over affordable housing, I think, on our respective boards. And the question always comes down to, well, who's going to pay for it? Who's going to be the first agency that's willing to put their money where their mouth is? So we've been all around the world on this, and we landed here. And I'm listening to. First, I want to thank Mr. Hinson and Bethel for bringing a project forward. We know we're going to need real projects to invest in. There was a conversation earlier that sounded more like we're just going to throw a bunch of money in a bucket and just start taking projects on a whim. I think we can be a little more strategic in how an affordable housing project plays out, what we're looking for, how many units. I know there's been a huge focus by KJM on affordable rental units specifically, and I don't see why any decision we make would preclude us from having a real conversation about different buckets, making sure everybody who wants to invest in affordable housing somewhere along the line has an opportunity. And we know that people, particularly low-income rentals, we have a conversation about where we choose to live. A lot of people are choosing to live the only place that they can afford. And a lot of people are getting priced out of their neighborhoods. Their mobile home parks are being purchased and their rents being doubled overnight. Like, they don't feel like they have a whole lot of choices. So when we talk about where we choose to live, we have an opportunity to do something about it. And I appreciate the ballot language. But I mean, as the ballot language says, and other uses authorized under Florida law. Florida law has contemplated obtaining land for affordable housing. It's written in statute. That's what was presented before us today. So the voters did vote to allow their elected officials to allocate funds in regard to Florida law. And so that's what we're requesting to be done. This sales tax goes till 2039. The first sales tax committee started, I think, in 2014, Commissioner Richardson?
2000.
Yeah, so that's about
the first sales tax.
The committee is. I mean, that's about a 25-year horizon. And when we look at rents, what they were in 2014 compared to today, like, we're heading into a crisis that couldn't have been predicted in 2014. So there wasn't a thought to maybe add this to the ballot language then. So I do think, and I don't think supporting this means we have to not deliver on anything. The sales tax committee did tell the voters. The substantial amendment process is designed just for that reason. It's not willy-nilly, half of us can decide to go allocate all of our money to something else. It requires a supermajority, which, if that is actually achievable here, doesn't happen very often. And 2 public meetings, we only meet 4 times a year. This is a year-long process, to be able to consider it. So I did want to talk the substantial amendment process. Madam Chair, or if I can direct my questions to staff, when's the last time we went through that process?
How have we ever gone through that process?
Thank you. My staff will correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe it was a substantial amendment for the Northeast Gateway project. We've never discussed a substantial amendment for affordable housing And if I may, I just want to add one more thing here.
Please.
When we present the budget to you through your budget process every year, we present a balanced budget, and it takes into account all of our estimates for our future revenues as well as updated cost estimates for all of our projects. And right now, you have a balanced budget that you approved in September, and every one of those dollars is allocated to the infrastructure projects. So a future discussion about using infrastructure funds for affordable housing will involve a discussion about reprioritizing some of those funds from other infrastructure projects.
Thank you, Director Cost.
Yeah, thank you for that. I don't disagree with that, and I think that's where some of the anxiety from other commissioners may be coming from is if we open up this category, how will it be funded? Is the project I really care about going to end up on the chopping block and so forth? And I don't know if that's a question we can get everybody to trust to be answered today, but I do think it's a conversation that's willing to be had. In our last budget cycle, we reduced the project cost of the airport gateway to $82 million, also made a significant cut to the Northeast Park. In theory, freeing up $40+ million that's technically unallocated today. I know there's desire by other board members to put that into certain other projects. I'm not saying let's put $40 million into affordable housing. I'm asking if we proceed with this, can we have the conversation of what we're willing to do? If it's not 25 million asked by KJM, is it 10 million? Is it 5 million? Is there an amount that's acceptable to everybody that's willing to be put into a bucket to move this project forward? Because we have gone through the substantial amendment process before. The 2014 airport gateway project did not include the FSU extension. That was never put to the voters when it came on the ballot. But through community input, this board decided to make that change. And now we don't really see that community input, anybody in our community really advocating for the change that was made, 6 or 7 years ago. And that's okay, because priorities change. So I don't think the arguments saying let's not explore it outweigh the tremendous need for affordable housing in our community. And I don't think engaging in a year-long process with 2 public hearings that we know just a few of us could stop at any point along the way if we're not actually taking this in a direction that the public agrees with, it is too much of a risk to take today. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Matlow. Commissioner Welt, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Commissioner Maddox, and then you're in queue.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Commissioner Meyer moved to direct staff to return with an agenda item to initiate the substantial amendment process to extend the North Monroe Gateway project to include the segment north of I-10 as indicated in attachment 4 in the meeting materials, with the project being split into 2 phases. That motion was made the last meeting and it passed, I see it, 9-2. Is that correct? When is that looking to come back?
That would come back on February 29th at your next
And
meeting.
that is the process of a substantial amendment, correct?
That is to initiate the substantial amendment.
Exactly. That's all I needed. So I spoke during that meeting, and it says here that my comments were, Commissioner Maddox spoke about reallocating available funds to projects that may have been altered in the past to fund restrictions before adding additional funding to the North Monroe Gateway. And I believe during that same meeting that there was a determination made that we would have an agenda item come back where we will look at the past projects and what funding was left to try to fund those projects, those ones that were left off, correct? Yes?
I think you're
Madam Chair?
correct. Yes, absolutely.
So, so as not to be hypocritical, I believe that for me, I mean, I understand the issue of affordable housing better than probably anybody else at this board because I work with it every day. But my stance hadn't changed on the substantial amendment part of it. We have projects in line that Commissioner Richardson has said that we did tell our voters we're going to fund, and those projects absolutely need to go first. Then we need to consider those projects first. If those projects are funded and we're looking to do other things, then I think we entertain the substantial amendment process, which is the comment that I made when we talked about North Monroe. And what puzzles me is that if I'm looking at it, North Monroe is an important corridor within our community. And we passed it 9-2 that said we would go through the substantial amendment process for North Monroe Gateway. Homelessness is one of the biggest issues we have in our community as a whole. And what we're saying here today is that we don't want to go through the substantial amendment process for homeless to deal with affordable housing, which is directly tied to homelessness, but we're willing to go through it for North Monroe Gateway, which one of the biggest problems you have in North Monroe Gateway is what? Homeless people. So I'm not getting how this isn't connecting. So if we can go through and the whole idea of this, it's not the first time. We literally just the last meeting, and these minutes right here I'm looking at had a substantial amendment process that we as a board approved. I get the idea, I get the notion of, well, maybe we should look at the economic impacts and all that kind of stuff, and what's the ROI. We all know there's an ROI on building affordable housing. There's no question to that. So was I going to support the original motion? I was, because to me, before I could ever support a substantial amendment for North Monroe Gateway, I would have to support a substantial amendment for affordable housing. Because to me, that's a bigger issue in our community. Now, I still stand in the same place that I stood at before, in that before I support either one of the two, I want to know what the money looks like to make sure that we're taking care of the projects that we did promise those voters. Because that's our first priority. That's our first priority. But so as was told to me the same time when I made those comments, when I said, I think the first thing I started out with, and it's not in the minutes, is I said I'm going to vote against it because I want to make sure other projects are funded. What was said to me is, well, we're only, if it gets approved, it'll be a part of it will be a part of the agenda. It will be unfunded so as not to affect other projects. What's the difference between North Monroe Gateway being something that we approve and unfunded, and affordable housing being something that we approve and have it not be funded? Now, we could look at it, because they did ask for $25 million, so there's a number out there that we could look at the opportunity cost, which I agree on the opportunity cost piece of it. But I don't see how we can pass 9-2 on one substantial amendment and just say that we're just not going to pass it all, looking at another substantial amendment that's a bigger issue in our community. Now, to the mayor's point, the mayor, in these notes, it says one of those two votes against it was the mayor. So I can say you're consistent on that. And if I remember his notes, his messaging was the same. But for the rest of us, we're not going to look at affordable housing as a substantial amendment because the voters didn't vote for it. Mm-hmm. But we're going to look at North Monroe as a substantial amendment when the voters didn't vote for that either. I just think if we're going to do one, you definitely should do the other.
Madam Chair, on point.
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner.
And I'm not saying to that point that if we do it, that we do it saying that there's going to be funding involved. There is no funding involved yet. I'm saying if we're going to add it, we add it. We look at the analysis of the projects that we had, and if there's money left over after we funded everything, if there's a surplus of money there, then we can look at, okay, well, how do we consider both the North Monroe corridor as well as affordable housing and put some money towards those things? So I am going to support it. I'm going to support Commissioner Porter's motion. And Commissioner Porter, to the point I asked you earlier about where you're going to accept the amendment, it didn't sound like you wanted to. You didn't want to. I wouldn't have did it. I mean, I just wouldn't have, because the points you were making, I mean, you made a good point. You said it. I mean, how do we evaluate the opportunity cost on something when we don't have a number of how much money we're going to allocate for it? So how was staff going to be able to tell us the ROI on nothing? There was nothing allocated to it. So, Madam Chair, I'm going to go ahead and support Commissioner Porter's motion. I think there was a substitute motion there.
To accept option one.
To accept option one. I'm not going to support that one. But I just want us to really think hard about how we're really framing this, and that we can support one substantial amendment, but we can't support the other.
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner Maddox. On point, Commissioner Welch.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have enjoyed the dialogue. I love this good, healthy dialogue, by the way, honestly. In principle, I want to support the original motion. However, I have significant reservations about that motion, but I think that it is a reasonable position to say we're not committing any money. There are real problems associated with what we're trying to do here. But I think that if you're fair and you look at economic development or infrastructure growth, I mean, we have all pretty much accepted that our community is growing. Our workforce community is growing. We've got more than 1,000 new jobs at Amazon, and we don't necessarily know where those people are going to live. A lot of them aren't living in Leon County. They're traveling from Jefferson County or Madison County or wherever. And our chambers have told us we're creating more jobs than we can fill. So the community's growing. We're going to need housing. It is without question a significant problem in Leon County. Yeah, it's a big problem in the state. Yeah, it's a big problem in the country, but it is really definitely a problem in Leon County. Okay, it is a real problem. And I think this is a good conversation because I think everybody's heart is in the right place here, and we want to try and help facilitate the construction of more affordable housing. But I think all the other points in opposition are really well taken points too. We are starting a process which there's really no clear indication of how it's going to work, how it's going to actually impact change. If I'm not mistaken, Pinellas County has $20 million in their fund. Is it Collier or Pinellas?
Collier County.
Collier County has $20 million that they have not spent, right? Is that right? They have accumulated $20 million over 7 years. Is that right? Less than 7 years, but they have not spent it because they can't find, this is going to require development partners. This is going to require developers coming in and going, hey, land is not available readily, okay? And for a developer to come in and want to partner with the government to build something, I think is a big ask of a developer. I think they'd rather just not. And so, but that's the way the statutes would require these programs to exist. And so I think and that's not even getting into the conversation about where the money's going to come from. Now, I think that this is and the reason I'm willing to support the original motion is because I'm willing to start the process. I think that there may not be any money available. When this substantial amendment comes back to us, I very well may vote no, because we might get answers to some of those questions about fund availability and other projects and all that stuff, because I agree with the statements. We have a commitment to fund the projects that we have promised. And you guys know, I've been very frustrated by the processes of this board and the way that we have kicked over anthills, and we're moving money here and there and defunding things and reprioritizing things. I think it does create this kind of a problem, and now we're at this crossroads where we have a really important issue that we need to address, but we're now, circling the wagons on all these other projects that we want to maintain as priorities. And so I think to just give you an example of the complications associated with Bethel's ask would not qualify, if I'm not mistaken, because they own the land. And we are limited by statute. We can't, they own that land, so we can't help them from this pot of money. So by eliminating the OEV money from this, I don't know how else Bethel's going to get money if they're not going, they're going to have to go through the OEV side of it, through the non-competitive, which means they're going to have to identify some level of targeted industry or some level of something that qualifies under the rules of OEV. So I think that we need to be real careful about this. I agree with those statements. This is a real delicate little dance we're trying to do here, even though our hearts are in the right place. But all that said, I am willing to explore it. I am willing to explore it. And I think that we may not see money in this situation for 10 years. You may not see any money accumulate for 10 years. Maybe some money turns up at some point. So we're really trying to solve a problem that exists now that we know is a problem, but we're talking about years down the road because we got balanced budgets with 5-year windows and all these things. And so what else did I have a note here? Yeah, that's basically it, guys. I'm gonna not support the mayor's motion. I will support the original motion, but with a real strong caveat that when this comes back or if this comes back, and when we get to actually looking at real data on projects, I don't know where we're gonna have the money. I mean, frankly, I don't know where we're gonna have money for $4 million for sports complexes either out of OEV side of it. So I think that we can't just spend we ain't got all the money, all right? So I'm willing to explore it because I do think it's a worthwhile idea. But when the rubber meets the road and we actually get proposals coming back to us, I think that's where we're gonna have, you're gonna maybe lose me on this because I think that those are where the real answers are gonna have to be provided. I think that analysis are good and all that stuff, and I agree entirely with things that have been said about the other projects and Commissioner Maddox. Those are very well taken points. Commissioner Minor's concerns are very well taken. The mayor has been consistent, so I'll give him that. Commissioner Richardson, I think your points are also very well taken, man. We've made a commitment. I think we've clearly established a precedent now of pivoting on those commitments. However, this would be adding a category of funding in which we are very strictly limited by state statute on how we can apply that money. And as far as I know, there aren't big plots of land available that we're going to buy up tomorrow to actually facilitate this. We're not going to be building affordable housing. That's not in our capacity. We're talking about buying land and then coming to some partnership agreement with private developers to develop it at a discounted rate. I mean, I think that's a real tough situation. I think when you look at the other counties that are doing this, they're not actually doing it. I don't know if they've actually deployed any affordable housing in those other counties. So that's where I'm at. I'll support the original motion if we get back to that.
Thank you, Commissioner Welch. We appreciate that. Commissioner Richardson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just in response to Commissioner Maddox's comments, I had concerns about that North Monroe Street corridor, and that's why I talked with staff about, I also serve on the CRTPA, and I know that that is a state road, Commissioner Maddox, and I've had conversations with staff about us approaching the state about funding, and we talked about doing that through our CRTPA, making that one of our top priority projects. So just so you know where I was coming from with that project. And then finally, the one thing that I would bring to you all's attention, because I also, as you know, we're the CRA board, and at a meeting of the Citizen Advisory Committee for Frenchtown Southside CRA, a developer came before that group asking for $1 million in funding for a proposed project on Railroad Avenue. They were looking at building 23 rental units. 23. The developer proposed making one of those, available for as low-income housing for $1 million. One. Now, so where are we going to get all of this money to build 30, 40, 50 low-income apartments and still be able to keep faith with the voters and taxpayers of this county about those infrastructure projects that we promised them back in 2014? $1 million out of 23 rental units, they could only come up with one that would be low-income rental for the $1 million that they were asking the CRA board, or would be what we're asking at the time, the CRA Citizen Advisory Committee.
Thank you, Commissioner Richardson. And we're going to try to wrap this up. Commissioner Caban.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to give a practical expectation, in my opinion, of what's going to happen. And Commissioner Matlow, you do a lot of business. You're a smart guy. I think you'll see this too. Is that if we open this door and we start buying land, there's a lot of political rhetoric that goes around with developers and development, okay? Well, let me tell you what's going to happen, okay? Developers are not, and builders are not going to cut back their costs just because that there's an opportunity that we're going to buy land, okay? They're going to roll that cost into their construction, and taxpayers are going to eat that. And that same thing happened on Orange Avenue. The Orange Avenue Affordable Housing Project, though it's creating a lot of units, the average price to build that building per unit is roughly $280,000 for an apartment. You could build a single-family home for half that price right now. So I'm telling you, this is going to open the door, a Pandora's box, where it's going to create more subsidies for developers, and taxpayers are going to eat that. So I'm telling you what's going to happen when we go down this path. I live this world. So this isn't going to create more affordable housing. This is just going to put more pocket into builders and at the taxpayers' expense. So thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Caban. Commissioner Proctor.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Maddox has really tugged on my heartstrings and has solidified my thought toward and out of lived experiences, which I feel in which from time to time he mentions to us those experiences which shape his thoughts. But in particular, the logic of the substantial deviation for a street, but not concurrently a deviation for human beings. The effort to reconcile bricks and mortar as deserving the same maneuvering as flesh and blood. And I stand, and I remember the question, when I was naked, did you clothe me? When I was hungry, did you feed me? And I don't think there was a statement, when I was homeless, did you give me a roof? I don't remember that part. Nevertheless, staff brought this analysis back. First of all, I like St. Petersburg, but they discovered that in St. Petersburg, senior living is for people aged 55 and over. And I thought senior living was around 75 and over. So I was like, that just crushed me about St. Petersburg. I ain't going, that would put me in a strange category. And staff, I don't appreciate y'all bringing that kind of stuff right there. And we ain't, anyway, that was the most disappointing thing about, as much as I like Pete, great day. Commissioner Richardson gave a tremendous narrative, historic and all of that. But I wanted for Scribner to capture that we too, not just the city and the CRA, invested in Tallahassee Housing Authority Orange Avenue redevelopment. But Leon County has manned up. We've been every step. So to that piece that Richardson said, Leon County has been there. We have not walked away at all. So kudos to Leon County in addition to CRA and the city. It's been interesting that the big issue here, which I foresee, is are we willing to place a sales tax exclusive for affordable housing? We've done the children's services penny. We've done one for infrastructure. Is it time to place before the voters of the county an exclusive penny that we're not competing with matters of which the mayor Commissioner Richardson said we want to keep faith. Maybe we allow the citizens, and I'm willing to support a ballot initiative if it's come to this point of allowing the citizens of this community first decide if it's that important to them. Half cent, quarter of a cent, whatever they arrived at. I believe that we are there at this point. With respect to my own comfort level, in the support of the first, even though I've stated, you heard me say, we can't do but so much in this market. And I think that we might be taking on, and staff has told us we're competing against economic development. It's just that our economic development definition goes to those things like Amazon, and it goes to attracting high-paying jobs. I need y'all to know I represent District 1, a part of the poorest zip code in the state of Florida, 32304, 05, 10, bunch of challenge. And I firmly believe I'm standing on good ground to extend the conversation for affordable housing versus attracting high-paying jobs to people outside of my area. I would betray the confidence, speaking of being loyal to voters, I would betray their interest in homes. And the homelessness issue in District 1, I don't think is in second place to anybody else's district in this community. So I'm compelled, it's like we support economic development. That means that we support Amazon. That's what that means, translates. If we support affordable housing, that means we support Bethel Missionary Baptist Church. And I would like to support local entities like Bethel Church, but definitionally, they're not qualifying, as has been pointed out moments ago. And we need to make sure that with respect to the smallest little citizen, they're able to get on board. Well, finally, it's one thing that's clear. I keep saying, so to the dismay of many, that there is no reason that the federal government should retain none use but power over properties that is one-fifth of Leon County. I just don't understand what keeps us, what prohibits us from the ask, given the need for affordable housing, that's free dirt, given the need for mental health campuses, given the need for a new jail, given the need for a lot of things, and we say that there's no more land, there's no more land. That's a lie. That is a lie. There's a lot of land, and it's not in the Northeast. It's on the South side. And what inhibits us from asking the United States to give us some goddamn dirt for what we need? This dirt can do a lot of things to facilitate what is needed for our community. So I want to continue to act dumb, talk dumb, sound dumb, and dismay everybody. The federal government, we need dirt from them, and we need to start asking for it, period. And I know that affordable housing folk, those who are that status, they won't be able to hire lobbyists. They're not going to pack the room. We're not going to get a lot of phone calls. They're not going to be able to represent themselves. So we're tasked to have eyes of divinity, almost, to hear those who can't speak. We're tasked to hear the voices of those who can't utter a thing. And in that spirit, we're casting ourselves as leaders, though not betraying commitments and expectations of 2014 voter, but as leaders 9 years later, we find a crisis of which we apply our hearts, our minds, not necessarily science, and the cogent arguments of a return on investment and blah, blah, blah. So those things being said, we're, you know, I heard it said that a closed mouth don't eat. And I've also read that you must ask, seek, and knock. And I'm imploring you to loosen up in your thoughts that we need to ask our federal government. We need to seek it. We need to knock for it. We need that dirt. It's there, and we should take it. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Proctor. Last comment, Commissioner Maddox.
Madam Chair, also earlier, the Live Local Act was mentioned. I have read through it, I'm very familiar with it. And when we talk about Live Local Act, we talk about all the different things that are part of it, and even the tax credit piece of it. I know for a fact, because I've had conversations with our county administrator, that Orange Avenue would not be what Orange Avenue was if it had not been for the COVID dollars that we had to be able to allocate the funds at the city and county level that we were able to allocate. And so as you look forward and you look at that Live Local Act and that tax credit stuff, a lot of that's going to demand that you have some kind of participation from your local government, which means they're going to come to our city, our county, our blueprint to look for monies to go towards these affordable housing developments. Now, that would be the piece that would involve the economic development piece of it, because that's the only piece they can go towards building, right? The infrastructure piece would go towards the actual land. I do understand that we're a little short there on money when it comes to the affordable housing piece that would be the match for the building portion of it. But that land piece is still pretty important. And so, again, I think when we're looking at this, and I do stand corrected, Mayor, this is the first time we would be entertaining something that would be a brand new add to us and not an extension of another project. My point was simply that it's still a substantial amendment. We have an opportunity here to really, really advance affordable housing here in Leon County. It is only going to get worse. I think Mr. Wilson brought up some points of some stuff we could have did in 17, and we're kind of behind the 8 ball now. So, and then with the state doing what it has done, what it did in the past, at least they're not doing it now, and sweeping the Sadowski Fund, it put us in a place where we really didn't have funding to do what we needed to do, and now we're having to work overtime. So, like I said before, I will support the original motion. But I will say this, there's no guarantee that once I support the original motion, we go through the substantial amendment, that in the end, after all the analysis, that I'll be there for the substantial amendment. Because, again, as Commissioner Richardson said, my first obligation is to make sure that every single project that we put on the ballot gets built. And if I remember correctly, the first thing we did with some of the monies from the 2020 blueprint was make sure that we built projects that were still outstanding on the previous blueprint. So I'm not saying I'm going to be there in the end. I'm just saying I'm okay with starting the process. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Maddox. And I appreciate all the input from all the directors. So far, we've had some good input and good conversation about this particular initiative, but I just want to weigh in on it very briefly. I know we've been here a while, but I think the staff has done a tremendous job in giving us the analysis. We looked at the infrastructure side, we looked at the OEV side, the 12%, 88%, and so I think we are all in this room as leaders in this community. We are city commissioners, we are county commissioners, and we are accountable to the citizens in Leon County, Tallahassee. I don't believe that we can turn our backs, close our eyes, close our ears to the needs in this community. Now, I recognize the history of Blueprint. I appreciate Commissioner Curtis Richardson, all of his input, analysis, historical perspective on what the voters voted for. And I appreciate Commissioner Caban giving us this synopsis of what was actually voted on when we voted for this 1 cent sales tax. You look at the first item, it was to improve roads, reduce traffic congestion, and on and on. And I think to a large extent, Blueprint has satisfied many of those objectives that were on the ballot when this Blueprint 1 cent local government tax was passed. However, I believe the condition of our citizens in Leon County, primarily the need for affordable housing, I just believe that outweighs the specifics that were on the ballot when this 1 cent surtax was passed. And I think we, as commissioners sitting here, we have a responsibility to be concerned about the least of these. We've got 16 to 18,000 housing burdened families in our area. There's a need for affordable housing. Affordable housing, decent housing. And I agree with the mayor that this is a big decision that we have to make. However, I will impress upon you that affordable housing is a big problem in Leon County. It's a human problem. I think we, as leaders in this community, have to show that we are concerned about the plight of the least of these. And I think we all sit around this table representing those who don't have a voice at this table. And somebody said, I think it was Commissioner Proctor said, in that segment of the population, they're not coming to our Blueprint meeting en masse, voicing the conditions that they live in. So we have to be the voice for them. I believe the examples that we have with 3 counties that are using their ability to tax in their particular counties to advance affordable housing is a good example of what we can do if we go through this substantial amendment process. And I'm not saying we can do it tomorrow. I'm not saying we could do it maybe even next year. But what we would be doing is setting the platform for commissioners that come after us to also address affordable housing depending on the funds. And even in OEV's procedures right now, when businesses come before them and submit their proposal and ask for funding, one of the criteria is availability of funds. And I think as we go forward, that's also going to be one of the criteria. You know, it can look good, it can be a great project, but if it's no funds, guess what? We can't fund it. And Commissioner Minor's concern about economic analysis and the impact on other projects that a request for affordable housing would have, I think it goes without saying it. And any project that I've seen as an agenda item from our Blueprint staff always comes with some type of analysis. We've got 27 projects in the works now, I believe 17 on the south side. And so if we go through this substantial amendment, and if it passes, then we'll get into the nitty-gritty of whether or not there is funding, whether or not certain projects will be impacted. But that's not a decision we can make right now. I believe we have to go through that substantial amendment process first. And quite frankly, directors, I don't want it to go down in history, a blueprint of Leon County, City of Tallahassee, that under my chairmanship of this body, that we turn our backs on the homeless, turn our backs on those that are in dire need of affordable housing. So if we don't fund one project, I believe passing the motion for a substantial amendment shows that we're sensitive and that we're concerned as leaders in this community about the least of these. So I will be supporting Commissioner Porter's motion. And we as a body, I believe, hope for the best, and I believe all of our hearts are in the right place, as I think Commissioner Caban said. I think we all are concerned. But right now, I will be supporting that motion.
Madam Chair, for the sake of time, I will withdraw the substitute motion. We can go straight to Commissioner Porter's motion.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Sure, absolutely.
Okay. Okay.
Sorry, Madam Chair,
Yes,
just for clarification, I've heard it mentioned several times, but the infrastructure side collection of the surtax is 66%. It's not 80-something percent.
sorry.
Oh.
It's 66, and on the economic development side, it's 12. So
Okay,
66 plus 12.
And the other.
And the others divided
The
between the
other
county and the city.
goes to the city and the county.
Okay.
Thank
For that
you.
correction.
Thank you, Madam
My bad.
Blueprint Attorney. Thank you. Okay,
Madam
I
Chair,
think, yes,
Can we
sir.
just just make sure we understand the motion correctly? So the motion, with the substitute motion withdrawn, the motion would be to bring back an item to initiate the substantial amendment process, specifically looking at infrastructure dollars, not economic development. That would include budget analysis, as well as whatever economic impact analysis we can get from CFA. I know there was some discussion about creating a project but not having funding for it. I don't think that was part of the motion.
No,
Okay.
it's not.
So, okay.
Okay, and the substantial amendment process is specifically to include addressing affordable housing.
Oh, of course.
Yeah.
And Madam Chair, I think,
Yes.
earlier, I think you also mentioned to include option one, to accept this
Yes.
report.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, and I think what I would like to do, Madam Clerk, is ask for a roll call vote.
Mayor Daley,
No.
Commissioner Matlow,
Aye.
Commissioner Porter,
Aye.
Commissioner Richardson,
No.
Commissioner Williams-Cox,
Aye.
Commissioner Caban,
No.
Commissioner Cummings,
Yes,
Commissioner Maddox,
Yes.
Commissioner Minor,
Yes.
Commissioner O'Keefe,
Yes.
Commissioner Proctor,
Amen.
and Commissioner Welch.
thank you. That ends the roll call. Okay, the motion passed. Thank you all for your input.
What was the count, Madam Chair?
51 total weighted vote.
What was that?
I'm sorry, Madam Attorney, will you repeat that again?
I'm sorry, that was 51 total weighted vote. It needed 36 to pass. It got 51.
Thank you.
I think Commissioner Proctor's looking puzzled. How many yays and how many nays?
Oh, I'm sorry. On the city side, 3 yays, and 6 on the county side. 3 on the city, 6 on the county.
Thank you, Madam Attorney. Okay, we are going to move forward. This ends our business portion, I believe.
Madam Chair.
Yes, ma'am.
Madam Chair, since we're going to, I guess, director discussion, is that where we're heading?
We've
Okay.
concluded the business portion, and now we are into director discussion.
I'd like to.
Madam, what?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Okay. Commissioner Diane Williams-Scott.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm sorry, the time is getting, anyway, I would like, we heard a proposal tonight from Mr. Ward and his wife. They were not able to stay with us, but I would like to make the motion that staff brings back, or get with them, get their proposal and brings back an agenda item of an analysis of what it would take to support what they're proposing on the economic development side of the house.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion? Thank you. All those in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? Thank you so much. Commissioner Richardson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We also heard earlier from Ms. Leonard about Tallahassee Robotics, and I can tell you that is a very exciting project. They had a robotics competition at Florida A&M University. I might have been 2 or 3 years ago. And just to see the excitement on those kids' faces was just phenomenal. Again, introducing them to STEAM, that's what they refer to it as, and I think that that would be a tremendous addition to our community and offering for our young people. So I would make a motion that we direct staff to get with Ms. Leonard and the appropriate persons associated with Tally Robotics to come back with a recommendation for funding from the non-competitive grant.
Is there a second? Commissioner Cobain. O'Keefe, you second?
Yes, ma'am.
Discussion? Okay, all those in favor of sending Tallahassee Robotics
Could you restate the
to
motion, please?
OEV for analysis and to bring back an agenda item, let it be known by saying aye.
Could you restate the motion, though? I couldn't.
Yeah, it was what the
Yes, the motion was to refer Tallahassee Robotics to OEV for analysis and to bring back an agenda item.
Thank you, sorry about that.
Sir? Oh, okay. All those in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Commissioner Minor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a lot of talk about North Monroe tonight. And I just wanted to tell everybody, that if they have any questions, Commissioner Maddox, if they have any questions about the importance of North Monroe, walk up and down North Monroe, talk to some of the businesses about the issues with crime, homelessness, lapidation, safety. We've had people crossing the road on North Monroe getting killed. We've had people on North Monroe getting stabbed. Rejuvenating that part of North Monroe is incredibly important. So I would encourage everyone, if they get a chance, if you're interested, walk up and down North Monroe and talk to some of those businesses. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Minor. Mayor Daley.
Yes, ma'am. Technical issue. I had to step out for a second. I missed Commissioner Williams-Cox's good motion. I would love the record to reflect that I was in favor of it, and if I was present, I would have supported it.
Absolutely. Thank you, Mayor. Commissioner Matlow.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I'm a little hesitant to bring this up, and I'll start by just apologizing to my colleagues, at the county. We saw a lot of text messages come out in regard to our last blueprint meeting, where the IMC on the city side and the IMC's proxy on the city side sent some very disparaging text messages about the public, members of this board, questioning whether this elected oversight board should even exist. I'd apologize to Mr. Stanley Sims for the comments directed towards him. I'd apologize to Jordan Scott. I'd apologize to Kendall Brandt. I'd apologize to City Attorney Cassandra Jackson. But this issue has not found closure. There's been no recognition publicly that any of that was not okay. And it's blueprint business. This isn't city business. This isn't county business. And I understand the county has got dragged into this situation by natures of being on this board. But the people making decisions at Blueprint, our representation at the IMC, has vast control over what this board does, where money's spent, how it's executed. They have vast control over controlling the agency, independent of what the county wants to do, the city, the county independent of the city. But I do think as a board, as the blueprint agency, we can't continue to allow those types of messages to go out. And I've heard, some pushback saying, well, what about what board members say on social media, or what about what public members have said to board members? And I'd apologize for that as well. I don't know how we move forward without putting it all on the table and directing this agency to take us in a new direction. And I'm heartened by the collaboration we found today, the decisions we were able to make today. They weren't easy, but I think they were helpful at driving our agency where we need to go. So while I can't direct individuals of the public or board members directly, the spirit of that is encompassed in the motion I'm going to make. But moving forward, I'd like to move that this board direct the IMC to make sure our communications about the public, board members, and the press are directed from a place of respect and dignity.
I'm sorry, Commissioner Matlow, what was the last thing you say, from a place of?
Yeah,
You said from a place of.
to treat the public, board members, and the press with respect and dignity.
Oh, respect and dignity. So was that a motion that you made? Is there a second?
Madam Chair, just to clarify, I believe that would be an improper motion under Robert's Rules.
Okay.
Because the IA board does not have management authority over the IMC. Obviously, everyone knows IMC consists of the county administrator and the city manager, and they are directed and report to their respective commissions. They don't necessarily report to the IA board. So really, that would not be a proper motion.
By including the IMC, is that what you're saying?
Yes, because
okay.
the IA board does not manage those two individuals. The county commission manages and directs the county administrator, and the city manager is directed by the city commission.
Thank you, Madam Attorney, for that clarification. I'm going to go back to Commissioner
Matlow. On point, if I could ask the clarification as well.
Commissioner Matlow.
Sorry, mine's on point as well for the attorney.
Yeah, on point.
So from that perspective, the city commission or the county commission could give their member of the IMC direction to do anything that falls under the purview of the IMC without the rest of the board being included?
The nature of your motion relates to behavior, management, and direction. And for those two individuals, that comes from their respective commissions. So the city commission can direct Risco to not do something, to do something, because he reports to the city commission. And the same thing for the county administrator. It is not the IA board's function to direct those individuals per se.
And one more.
From a management perspective.
I
In terms
understand.
of projects,
Correct.
obviously they have responsibility to further the IA board's direction in terms of projects, but when it comes to their behavior, a management position, that's their respective commission.
So how will we be able to direct the IMC at all if we can't direct them on this board and we can't direct them in our individual boards? Who directs
Okay,
them?
Commissioner.
The distinction, Commissioner, is that it has to be project related. Obviously, the intergovernmental, the IA board was created by the city and county, and each has appointed their person to be a manager over Blueprint.
Sure.
But it's project related. It's not the IA board giving direction to the city manager or giving direction to the county administrator outside of something that's related to a project. So, you're talking about emails and behavior, that type of thing. That's not project related. So it would be an improper motion.
I'm personally, I would find it project related if it pertains to a specific project or vote, but I'll adjust the motion and just say, I move that the Blueprint Intergovernmental Agency treats the public with dignity and respect.
Okay, and I think what the Blueprint attorney is saying, we really don't have jurisdiction. Is that what you're saying? To address that?
I think that's.
Yeah, that's basically, we don't have jurisdiction, Commissioner Matlow, if you want to maybe modify your motion, I think it could apply, hold on one second. I think it could apply to the commissioners on the board, but I think what she's saying is we don't have jurisdiction to do so with the IMC.
Sure, and I'll let Commissioner Maddox speak, and then I have one more comment.
I'm sorry.
So all I wanted to do.
Commissioner Maddox, hold on 1 minute.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
I'm sorry, Madam Chair.
We can't talk over each other, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, Madam Chair, and I was going to leave the floor to Commissioner Maddox. I mean, my frustration seems to be this type of behavior is happening under this agency's purview, and we don't have any recourse as an elected body.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Maddox.
Thank you. I'm not going to feed into the conversation about what happened in the text message. But what I will say is that I know at the county, in the front of our dais, there's a statement that sets the decorum for who we are and what we expect from our folks. They come in our chambers and what we expect from ourselves as board members. Though we may not, Madam Attorney, be able to do some of the things that Commissioner Matlow has said. What I do believe is that this board, as well as any other elected board, because I think the city has something similar, it may not be shown, but they have something similar, can have a statement of decorum that's the expectation by which we conduct our business and that we expect the public to conduct themselves when they're in the presence of the chamber. To be displayed on the agendas, if you want to put it that way, or it could be displayed as we have a plaque in the center of our dais at the county. So again, I don't want to all get into this the discussion about the text messages or anything like that. But do I think it is, because let's keep it a stack. This board, throughout the years, as the past chairs have chaired this board, have been one of the hardest boards to chair, period. Ever since the 12 years I've been, this board has been one of the hardest boards to chair, the hardest boards to keep decorum, the hardest boards to actually get to a place of resolution without insult. So I think it might not be a bad idea for us to have a statement of decorum that's the expectation by which we conduct our business, and that we have the same expectation from the public. So Commissioner Matlow, I get where you're trying to go with it. I don't necessarily agree with the method of bringing up the text messages, but I do think it's a good thing. So what I would say is, if Madam Attorney, you can tell me if I'm wrong, to ask for a statement of decorum to be crafted by staff, to be brought to us for our approval, for us to display at our meetings, either in any way that can be displayed without creating any kind of permanent structure in the city commissions, whether it be on the agenda or whether it be somewhere else. I think that would get you where you're trying to go in saying that we do believe in respect. We do believe in decorum in the way we conduct ourselves with each other, in the way we conduct ourselves with the public, and we expect the same not just from us, but from also our staff and the public. I think would that be in order, Madam Attorney?
Commissioner, I believe the chair at the beginning of each of her opening up the meeting does state that in her comments to the public as well as to this body, so that that can serve as the.
Madam Attorney, I'm sorry. My question was, is the motion to have an official statement of decorum for this board? Would that motion be in order for us to take up? If it's not, I get the chair may do it, but even if the chair does it, we don't have an official statement of decorum. So even if it's the official statement that we accept that the chair reads, it's still something official that we say that we conduct ourselves by. If it doesn't, then I'm totally fine leaving things as is, because I conduct myself with respect for all you in the first place. But if it does, I think it's okay for us to be official. So that's my question.
Commissioner, I think that's consistent with Robert. That would be consistent with Robert's rules, as long as it's applicable to the IA board members.
Thank you.
I'll second.
Certainly police yourselves.
No, that was not a motion.
Oh, sorry. I thought.
Commissioner Williams Cox.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. The time is far spent. I think what we need to do is to practice our own self-constraint, our own self-control. The citizens elected us to lead without, whether someone says it or not, we know how we need to conduct ourselves. And for those of us who live in glass houses, we have no business throwing rocks.
Thank you.
Because there are text messages that are indicating things about some of us who only came to light recently, myself being included. So now if we want to go there, we can go there. But I think what we need to do is we need to move on, continue to move our city forward. We got big fish to fry. We got a lot of things to do, and the citizens are counting on us to do that. And I think that whether it's something printed, inscribed on the wall, it should be inscribed on your heart that you should treat others as you want to be treated. And nobody needs to tell us that. The chair, I think, does a great job in the beginning, letting us know what is expected of us. Here in the city chambers for commission meeting, the mayor does a great job of letting us know what is expected of us and how we conduct ourselves. I think we need to leave that alone, and let's move on, and let's deal with the real business of this board and not try to reprimand or treat people, tell people how to behave. Let's, to their own self, be true. You behave, and we all behave. Everybody's responsible for their own selves and accountable to their own selves. And if you got something you want to say about somebody, do it to their faces. Don't text them. Don't text with other people about them. Because as I said, there have been things said out there about me as of recently that I'm reading in text messages, and they know who did it. I don't need to put you on display tonight. You know what you said, you know what you did, and I know too. So now I know who you are. So it doesn't matter. So let's just conduct our own selves, be responsible for our own selves.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Caban.
Thank you. This isn't on point. So if the conversation is continuing, I can defer till later. So this isn't about the text messages. I have something unrelated during my commissioner comments.
Well, we're at director's discussion, so you can raise what you want.
I was on point. I think Commissioner Matlow still had the floor.
Oh, I'm sorry. Do you still have a comment, Commissioner Matlow? I apologize.
Sure. I respect everything that was said by my colleagues today. But nevertheless, the public doesn't get what's in our individual hearts. The public knows what has happened, and there has been no statement, no recognition, anything to say anything's going to change in the future. That's the clarity I'm trying to get to. And if that's a united board effort, which I think includes everybody's comments, not just staff, and we're talking about board members and everybody, to adopt a statement of decorum for this board, I'll move that we do bring back an agenda item with language for a statement of decorum for this board and our staff.
Second.
Okay, Commissioner Richardson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I guess, it's interesting that this comes up all of a sudden now because people have been caught using their government-issued devices to send derogatory messages about others on the same board that they sit on and represent. I have served in public office almost 24 years now. Next year will be 24 years in 3 different capacities on collegial bodies. And not once have I had to have anybody tell me how to conduct myself on those bodies, number one. And secondly, I will give you my city-issued telephone. Look at it. If you find a text or email anywhere in there where I'm being derogatory to one of my colleagues, here it is. I'm offering it to you right now. But as Commissioner Williams Cox has said, I have read derogatory stuff about me on people's social media sites, and I don't involve myself in that kind of childish play. I am here to represent the people who elected me to be here. That's what I've done for almost 24 years now, and never have I engaged in that kind of behavior against my colleagues who we are supposed to be working collegially with to solve the issues facing our community. So now, don't come to me now telling me that you want some kind of statement of how we should behave when we should have been behaving that way all along. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, I would draw the motion.
On point, yes, sir.
I would draw my motion.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Matlow. Commissioner Proctor.
Hey, Madam Chair, let me say this, that we got $500,000 sitting up at the top, taxpayers' money, to our county administrator and our city manager. And I'm asking y'all to get your staff under control. I don't like people who I'm paying $250,000 to pick on me. I don't like that. And I'm asking you to handle that. That's y'all's job. And what we're talking about is not a problem of commissioners disrespecting folk. It's the essence of y'all staff messing with folk, and I'm among those folk. I don't like paying nobody, and certainly not $250,000, and 4 people making $1 million picking on folk. I mean, county commissioners are not inferior to anybody at this table, and I do not like it. I'm asking you all to handle that, and I don't care what this attorney has to say about that, but blocking, but it speaks to, this thing is jacked up, that this body has no power to make comments of which our staff should conduct themselves to citizens, that we're under the tutelage of city manager and county administrator is just an unreasonable apparatus. I think that the structure of it has played out. I think that we don't need their training wheels on the little tricycle, and we have no power. And we don't have a lawyer at the table that represents us, but the other alphabets, ICA, the other acronyms, they got Ms. Dawson representing them as their lawyer. We need to lawyer up. We don't have one. So I'm totally frantic. And I think that people who have made these comments ought to be dealt with, ought to be suspended, ought to be disciplined, and possibly ought to be fired. So I don't want to belittle talk because I'm not a social mediologist. I'm just not. So when stuff get to me, it takes a lot for me to hear about it. So having seen and heard about it, about me, I've decided, Madam Chair, I will just reduce my comments and my thoughts to writing, and you all will hear from me before this week is out. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Commissioner Proctor. Commissioner Caban.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Carrying off where Commissioner Proctor said is that, my whole issue with, I guess you would call it the text gate or the text issues, is that if I'm a firm believer, guys, we're going to be criticized. We're elected officials. People are not going to be happy with what we do all the time. But like, my mom was not right all the time. But one thing my mom taught me is if you have an issue, say it to their face. So my only thing I'm going to say is I just think it's very cowardly for people to sit in the chairs next to us and criticize us while we're sitting here, when if they have an issue, I walk past that door every day when I come in here for these meetings. If they have an issue, respectfully say it to my face. Don't criticize us while we're sitting here and be coward about it. That's all I'm going to say about that. But moving on, I have a question for staff in regards to the airport gateway.
Okay, Commissioner, hold up just a minute. We were on one subject. Hold on, let me see if Commissioner Caban, Commissioner Caban, hold on. Commissioner O'Keefe, did you want to make a comment in relation to the discussion? Are you changing?
Yes, it's in relation to discussion, and it will be very quick.
Okay, and then I'll come back to you, Commissioner Caban, okay? For the Northeast Gateway. Yes, sir.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, everybody. It's unfortunate we spend so much time on this. We have a lot to do, like we talked about, but I do think it's mattered to people. And I just want to say, I agree with a lot of the comments that were stated here. And also, I believe that we all make mistakes. myself very much included, and that the key to do so and move on is to acknowledge it and make a commitment to improvement. In that vein, I appreciate the IMC meeting with me yesterday, and I asked them some of these questions, and then talked about some other how it works. But there, I was also informed of the, I guess, determination that we have no management and oversight. And so I will just leave here from my public comments that I find it shocking that we have a board that no one reports to us, if we're to understand it as we've been told. And for the sake of the evening, that's just a seed I'm going to plant for us as a long-term issue that we're going to continue working to improve on behalf of our voters. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner O'Keefe. Now back to Commissioner Caban.
Thank you. Madam Chair, I have a question with staff in regards to the airport gateway. I don't know if this is, if I address Place Director directly, Madam Chair.
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
In our September meeting, well, leading up to the September meeting, there was a string of public records requests that came through in regards to, checkpoints on I guess there were conversations between our consultant and staff in regards to the design phase and where we were on the airport gateway. From my understanding, a majority of the airport gateway wasn't even to the 65% design phase. Some of them had not even started with have not even started the design, and most of which I believe were under the 30% design phase. Is that correct?
Thank you.
Yes.
So the airport gateway includes several segments, and in 2019, the IA board authorized the 100% design documents for segment C, which is the new road through the Southwest Campus and Innovation Park area, segment G, which is Spring Hill Road, as well as segment D, which is Stuckey. Both of those phases have moved forward into, segment C, the new road, and Spring Hill have both moved forward into design. Segment C has now reached the 60% design, which we just reached about 2 weeks ago. The other phases of the segments of the project have been in the planning analysis phase, and those have moved forward just at that. So looking at cultural resources, doing survey, doing utility work, things like that.
Okay, so only one segment has reached the 60% design phase, the rest have not.
That's correct. Segment C has reached 60% design, and the Spring Hill Road is well on its way to reaching 60%.
Okay, thank you. In the September meeting, we had board direction to set the budget for this project at roughly, was it 81 or 82 million?
82.
The budget that was approved for fiscal year, and during the fiscal year 24 budget process was 82 million.
Okay, so considering that the new budget for the project, we voted to maintain the budget on this project at $82 million, have we given direction to our consultant that this is the budget, and as we finish designing the road and the project, have we given direction that this is our budget, or have we maintained the same mindset that the budget is the proposed 123 million?
The cost estimate for the entire project is presented to the board earlier this year is about just almost 118 million, and that represents the scope that the IA board has approved for the airport gateway. That scope hasn't been adjusted or changed. Of course, we've informed our consultants of the decisions that are made by this board all along the way, but the scope of the project is still at the 118 million.
When did we approve the scope for 118 million?
Scope for the airport gateway project was approved at the substantial amendment in 2018.
But what was the budget for that?
That would be at the 2018 cost estimate level. So all of our projects are estimated at that present day value. Each year we do updated cost estimates for every single one of our projects, including the airport gateway. So I can't remember offhand what the 2018 cost estimate is, but the 2024 cost estimate is 118 million.
So I guess what I'm getting at is this board did not vote for a scope for $123 million because the scope, we're not through the design phase. So there really is no scope except the direction and the roadways in which we intend to use. But if we're not through the design phase, that means there really is no true scope defined. So from my understanding, this board approved an $82 million budget. And so I think it's important that staff is taking all necessary action as they communicate with consultants that this is the budget of our project. And as we continue to finish the design phase, that we do so with the mindset that this is our budget at $82 million. Because $123 million was never voted on, and there's no set design phase. So I just want to make sure I'm clear, and this board is clear, that like staff should be going to the consultant and saying, hey, this is our budget, $82 million, while we are fixing or continuing to design the road, that this is our budget. The board never approved a $123 million scope on the airport gateway.
Yes, please.
Question. I guess, hear what Commissioner Caban has said. Autumn, I'll give you an opportunity to clarify that, because maybe not this board, but prior boards in prior years, if there were, the budget for this year is 82, but in prior years, if there's funding left over from whatever was allocated for those previous years, those dollars are still available to be used for that particular project, for that project. I'm trying to get clarity on where we're talking about 123 million. Did that come from a previous board budget left over, or what? Did we use everything and then we started up again with 82 million, and this year's 82 million, or is there some carryover?
Project balance, all allocations to date for the Airport Gateway project equal roughly 47 million. So that's to date. So that includes the fiscal year 24 allocation that was approved in September. So future allocations will be needed to fill all the way to the 82 million. If that helps to clarify.
On point. I don't mean to interrupt, madam.
Go ahead, follow up.
No, I didn't know if you were done, Commissioner.
Go ahead, Commissioner.
Okay. Thank you. I couldn't see, I could only see your side of your face, so I couldn't see if you're.
My hand says.
Thank you. I guess what I'm getting at is the board has never voted for a $123 million scope with the airport gateway. This board has never voted. In fact, the design phase, if those who have read the scope, the design phase is not being designed. So the board, if this board has voted for 82 million, I want to make sure staff is moving forward, finishing the design phase with an $82 million project, and don't come, to their parents, aka the board, when we're out of money and say we need more money to finish this project. That's what I'm getting at. It doesn't sound like that we have gone to the consultant and said, hey, we need to pivot. This is our approved budget.
So I think what he's saying is, have we modified during the budget process? We voted on the 82. Has anything been modified in the project to make allowance for that reduction from 120-something million to 82 million?
So at this point, the longer-term, more than 5-year project is 82 million. That has been communicated to the consultant. They're aware of that. At this point, we are moving forward with the direction and the scope that we've received. But at some point in the future, this board will most likely have to either increase the budget or decrease the scope of the project. And that'll be something that comes back to this board and a decision that'll have to be made.
Okay, thank you for the transparency. I guess what's really important to me is that this road is not done being designed. So scope is very vague, okay? So we're building a road. If this is the direction, we could have 50 trees, we could have 10 trees, we could have 2 trees, we could build it with brick, we could build it with asphalt, we could build it with concrete, we could build it with gold plate. So I guess what I'm getting at is, if the budget is $82 million and the design phase is not being done, we're not done with the design phase, we have all these different segments that are not done being designed, I think it's important that we're proactive and that we go to our consultants who are designing the road and say, hey, this is our budget. So that way, we don't have to be put in a position where we have to vote on increasing the funding or reducing the scope. I guess I just want to make sure that we're being proactive as a board and not reactive down the road.
I mean, we've communicated to our consultant what the budget that's been approved is, given the estimate of the project, there may be things that can be done to reduce the overall cost, but at some point, we would not be able to do the entire project for $82 million. So at some point, when we come back with the next check-in with the board, that'll have to be a conversation about funding it or cutting something out of the project.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Cobain.
On
And
that
so
point.
can I just follow up then? So where we are, Mr. White, when you look at it overall, it has to come back to the board. We'll look at the different segments, A, B, C, D, E, F, what have you. And I think we looked at it a little during the budget process, but we ended up just cutting the amount in the budget, and we didn't really look at the various segments that we thought might needed to be deleted. So that will come back for the board to address, correct?
Right. As we move forward with the various elements or the various stages of design for each segment, our cost estimates get more and more accurate. We start looking at the actual number of units of different materials and things like that. And so we'll be bringing back more refined, more up-to-date cost estimates. And at that point, and there'll be a couple times that this comes back to this board. It'll be coming back during the budget discussions. It'll also come back for construction authorization. And so there'll be a couple of touch points with the IA board on the airport gateway over the next several years. I believe the next one may be May of next year. But yeah, I mean, we're very cognizant of what the budget is. As with all of our projects, we want to be good stewards of the taxpayer dollars and stick to the budgets. That being said, our estimates indicate that the project will exceed $82 million. We're looking at what we can do to keep the cost down as much as possible. But at some point, based on the budget versus what the estimate is, a decision will have to be made about funding it fully or cutting the scope of the project.
Thank you, Mr. White. Commissioner Proctor.
Thank you. Commissioners, I made a very good motion which avoided the substantial change. Attorney Dawson did not object to it. I made the motion that we place Commissioner Coban $2 million in fund and budget for $2 million for that project that you're speaking of, Gateway. And in that way, that $2 million, Attorney Dawson would have satisfied the commitments to the soft folk, the engineers, the consultants, and all of them would have been paid for $2 million. By the amount of money that we did not put on that project, it would have been put to sleep, deep six. And that was the action which I sought to do. What's a haunting sensation here is Florida State has abandoned, failed to show proactive interest. That it's on y'all. Why is we got $84 million just holding in abeyance that there's really no push for? And this was inspired by Florida State, Florida State, Florida State. Yeah. But it's not there any longer. My question is Spring Hill Road going to be 4-lane or 6-lane, Autumn? What do you got for Spring Hill Road from Capitol Circle down to Orange Avenue?
The current scope of the project has Spring Hill Road acquiring the right-of-way for a future 4-laning, but only reconstructing 2 of those lanes. However, we are working with the Florida Department of Transportation on building the bridge over the Munson Slough at Lake Henrietta for the full 4 lanes today.
All right. Tractors are down there right now. You got it right now, and tractors and dirt moved around. I don't understand what hindereth us from pursuing 4-laning. I ain't talking about future date. I'm talking about right now. We four-laning the rest of it up there. Why is we four-laning over there by the airport and the road leading to the airport ain't? All of what you're saying, Ms. Calder, transportation talk, I want 4 lanes on Spring Hill Road, and I want them now. And Florida State don't want their money and don't want that road. And why is we going forward with that? This is just chaotic. And I would like for our board to take the serious interest of whatever it takes to 4-lane the road. Them bulldozers is up there right now. And we need to handle that. We need to handle that. Just and leaving that hanging and dangling and put 84 million out there and don't spend another 40 million to complete it. I mean, we're smarter than that. We're not going to do that. So, Commissioner Caban, if you play around and put $84 million get committed, we would be looking a lot like Washington Square, a project that's going nowhere. And we look just like those people behind Leon County Courthouse. We're not going to do, I'm not going to sit on the board and and create that out of this board, and we shouldn't. So if we ain't going to complete the project and we are committing on the front end to do exactly what Washington Square has done, come on, let's not be that stupid. So if we ain't going all the way, we need to fund the dang on project or get off the pot. So I don't want to fund the project. I don't want the money there. FSU don't want the money there. So why do y'all want it there so bad? Give me some of that money and give me Spring Hill Road. That's what I want. Thank you, Madam Chair. Can I put that in a motion, Madam Chair? Put that in a motion, 4-lane Spring Hill Road right now.
Thank you, Commissioner Proctor. Let me follow up with the Blueprint staff because this came up.
Got a second on that.
During our budget process about various segments and whether or not we were going to cut out various segments, and one being the new road. And I think the fact that Spring Hill Road is slated to be, just widened a little, not 4-lane, was because the plan was to build a new road that would go through Innovation Park. Am I correct? Okay. So at some point, though, I think we as a board need to address all those various segments. And we did that. We addressed them. We gave our opinion about it. We looked at the budget. We were concerned about the budget. But I don't believe coming out of that budget process, other than reducing the budget to $82 million, I don't believe we looked at the scope of the project. And I don't believe we changed the scope of the project. Am I correct on that? I don't believe we changed the scope. We said we wanted to.
Correct, Madam Chair. The scope has not been changed.
Okay.
And it cannot be changed during director discussion.
Okay.
Under your agenda meeting and development policy, there is a requirement that you cannot do a policy change without an agenda item unless it's unanimous. And in order to do something along the lines of what Commissioner Proctor is talking about, you have to do a substantial amendment, just like we went through just, an hour or so ago. You would have to go through that process. So just wanted to put that out there in terms of process. Doing something like this during director discussion would require a unanimous vote because you do not have an agenda item. And even if you did, it would have to initiate the substantial amendment process.
Which leads to my next question, and I wanted that clarification. Is that something that we could, during the director's discussion, then ask for it to be brought back as an agenda item? And we look at the various segments.
You can ask for the agenda item to be brought back, but you could not take a vote on amending the airport gateway scope right here, right now.
Right, but we could take a vote on whether or not to initiate the substantial amendment process, though, right?
No, you would have to ask staff to bring back an agenda item as to the airport gateway scope. Otherwise, it has to be unanimous.
Okay, but we can't do
You
that
can't do a
right
policy
now.
change
We can't-
without an agenda item
Right.
unless it's unanimous.
Okay,
And
so
you can't change the scope
we don't.
at this stage without all the other stages that we talked about.
Right, and Commissioner Williams-Cox pointed out, now we don't have a quorum, so we can't request that an agenda item come back to address, so that we as commissioners can address the scope of that particular project.
You have a quorum.
We do have.
We do.
A quorum is 3 on the city side and 4 on the county side, so unless
We good.
someone bailed out while we were talking.
Okay, okay, thank you. So let me ask Commissioner Proctor, would that satisfy your concern so that we could address the overall project, and Commissioner Caban, if we had a motion to bring an agenda item back to address the scope of the project?
Ms. Dawson, is that what I'm saying?
That would be allowable under your policy.
All right, very good. That's what I'm saying too.
Well, I'll entertain a motion to that effect.
Okay,
Madam
that's
Chair,
why I put that motion on. You still good on the second?
Yeah, Madam Chair, what I was going to say is, I have right now in front of me, I've been prepared for this just in case, but, Commissioner Proctor, the reason in the September meeting why I made the motion to just reduce the budget was because there takes a supermajority to change the scope, okay? And so what taxpayers voted on with the airport gateway, Spring Hill Road. There's been a lot of talk about taxpayers voted on this project. This is what they voted on. Well, this is straight from the referendum on the IA 2016 IA agreement. And it says right in front of me, Airport Gateway, Spring Hill Road and Lake Bradford Road, funding to perform roadway improvements to Spring Hill Road from Capitol Circle Southwest to Orange Avenue and Lake Bradford Road from Orange Avenue to Gain Street. So this is Spring Hill Road. And so I would support a motion or make the motion to reduce the scope of the Airport Gateway down to Spring Hill Road. I think that we could do it with it for $82 million. I think staff could do that project up and down for $82 million. And I think it wouldn't require staff to come back to us and ask us for more money. And that's also what taxpayers voted on. Sounds like a win to me.
I'll second that, Madam Chair, but that word improvement is a word.
4-lane. I want it 4-laned.
Thank you very much.
Okay, so your motion is for staff to bring back an agenda item to us to address the scope.
To reduce the scope to Spring Hill Road, 4-lane Spring Hill Road, yes.
No. We're talking about the overall project. Now, I want clarification on your motion. We're talking about the Airport Gateway project, okay?
I'm making a motion
Okay.
to reduce the scope on the Airport Gateway
Strictly to
Spring
Hill
the
Road.
original.
Voter intention.
Wait, no,
Listen, I think according to direction, we can't here do a substantive motion to reduce the scope. What we have to do
I'm asking for an agenda
is
item.
ask for a motion.
Yes, ma'am.
And for an agenda item to come back addressing the scope.
I'm sorry, you're right.
You see?
I'm sorry, you're right. Yes,
Okay.
ma'am.
So is that your motion?
Yes, I'm making a motion to bring back an agenda item in the February meeting that reduces the scope of the Airport Gateway.
No, so we can address.
Address the scope of the Airport Gateway. I'm sorry. And can we have an option? Can I ask for an option in the motion? So for comparison?
I'm sure they'll give us options.
Okay.
This is just overall scope.
Very good. I second that. I maintain second on that, Madam Chair.
Okay, Commissioner Williams-Cox.
Question for that motion. Attached to that project is the Providence neighborhood and those considerations that were provided. I want to make sure that we don't lose that in whatever we do with the agenda item regarding this project. So whichever way you want to go with, that's fine, but make sure that the Providence considerations, the Providence promises are included.
Thank you, Commissioner Williams-Cox. And I think that would be included in our discussion when that agenda item is brought back.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Okay, the overall project would be within the scope of our discussion. Commissioner Proctor.
Point, Madam Chair. I'm okay with accommodating those commitments made to Providence, but I'm wanting a delineation that Florida State promised Providence and not Blueprint. Okay?
And that could be part of it.
They remain committed. They remain committed to handle that. And I believe that to the extent that they made the commitment, the president said, I will honor my commitments. So that is not on our backs. That's Florida State. So staff, check with Florida State to handle their business.
Thank you, Commissioner Proctor. Thank you. Commissioner Williams-Cox.
We cares not where it comes from. Whosoever will, let them come forth with those Providence promises.
I'm with you on that.
Okay, again, I think Providence, the promises, all of that, we can't do anything about it in this meeting, but it can be discussed at our next meeting when they bring the agenda item back. Commissioner Matlow, and then Commissioner Caban.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I think this is a good point to just get a clarity on the budget, particularly with the Providence improvements being included and what's being recommended, which is segments EFG, essentially the original Lake Bradford Spring Hill Road. I asked for funding information on the two options by email, Mr. White, and Ed. With the $82 million budget, the EFG, what's being proposed here was $76 million.
That's correct.
That's correct. Which would leave at $82 million an additional $6 million that could be allocated towards Providence improvements if we changed to only EFG and if we kept $82 million.
Generally, that's correct. One of the things we would want to look at is any promises to Providence that were tied to specific corridors that may be removed from the project. Should the IA board choose to do that, we may have to kind of look and see how those would be addressed and what the cost would be.
Okay. And so I'm going to put that all in bucket of one option that we'll consider is EFG, $82 million. The second option is the current full project, ABC, EFG, which was the $117.8 million that we previously budgeted before it got reduced. When we budgeted the $117.8, were we budgeting that all from sales tax revenue?
If I may, no, that's a combination of bond issuance and sales tax revenue. And just to follow up on the Providence conversation, in the, I think it was the September 21st budget materials, we actually did do that analysis of what the Providence improvements may cost should segment C be removed and the commitments remain. And that was a $14 million estimate. So just kind of doing the math for you, I mean, that's, 76 million plus 14, so you're actually at 90 million.
Thank you. And then, so on that first segment, if FDOT is going to fund segment B, is that correct? So is that subtracted from the 117 if that was sales tax revenue? Would that be additional leveraging money that would be brought in for the project?
Right. So the Orange Avenue segment was not included in the 118 or 117.8. That's out. Okay. That's additional funds from DOT.
So it would actually cost us a lot less than 117 if FDOT funded project.
No, the opposite. The 117 does not include. The 117 is all of the segments except for Orange Avenue. Does that make sense?
It does not include it. Okay.
Right.
So that would be separate and apart. That would have to be funded by them. Okay, so our commitment would be 117 to do the whole thing. So for our commitment on subtract that at $82 million, how short are we on that whole project?
Subtract.
Sorry. The original scope of the project completely at an $82 million budget, how short are we to be able to do all of this?
I think it was 36 million.
That's all the questions I had. Thank you. Just for clarity.
Point of information, Madam Chair. Are we advance funding this project for the state? Is that a condition?
No, I'm sorry, not the Orange Avenue segment. That would be coming strictly through DOT. Yes, right. So DOT would pay for the Orange Avenue. Just kind of running it through my head.
What about the Spring Hill Road? Is that a city road or county road, that Spring Hill Road? Whose road is that?
If Spring Hill Road is a county road, it's primarily within the city limits. We are working with DOT now on the most southerly piece near Capitol Circle Southwest to leverage that construction project that they have going on now.
Is the FDOT, is they gonna put some money on Spring Hill Road,
Yes, sir, they're putting it on the Munson Bridge.
on the bridge? Okay, thank you.
And so, Madam Director, that segment that's being funded by the feds was never included in the estimate for the airport gateway. Am I correct?
Yes,
It was never included. Okay, so it's not that we need to deduct it now. It was never included. But we can have a robust conversation about all of this, budget, numbers, changing the scope, what have you, once we have the agenda item brought back to us at our next meeting.
And Madam Chair,
Okay.
just to clarify, this would be like a review, it's an informational item, and then the board can take, whatever action it deems appropriate by vote.
Awesome.
Madam Chair, I move adjournment.
Oh, well, we have a motion on the floor.
Oh, I'm sorry.
We have a motion on the floor,
We didn't vote
Commissioner
it. I
Proctor.
withdraw that
Well,
motion.
actually, if he doesn't
You
withdraw
withdrew
the
it?
motion.
I withdrew it.
Motion to adjourn does take priority over other motions.
He
It
withdrew it.
does, but it's no second, though.
Yeah, no
Oh,
second.
you withdrew it?
Well, you don't need a second.
No, I didn't have a second on it. So do we want to go back to the motion, or will you all just bring back the agenda item on the scope
Do a
of that
motion.
project so that we can have a robust discussion? You need a vote on that, right?
Yeah, we need to vote. We need a receipt on this. And the only
Okay.
receipt we're
All
gonna
right,
get is
we
a
have
motion.
the motion on the floor. Commissioner,
I'll be quick, Madam Chair.
please.
I'm going to support the motion on the floor. I share the concerns that Commissioner Williams-Cox, Commissioner Caban, Commissioner Proctor have already talked about, which is our commitments, our some commitments to Providence and the other neighborhoods. Regardless of where it comes from, I think we need to think very carefully about those commitments and make sure they're maintained. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Minor. Okay, Commissioner Matlow, one last comment.
Yeah, just for clarity on the motion, it's to bring it back to our next meeting to discuss.
Right, I think that was a motion.
Okay.
To bring an agenda item back to the next meeting on the scope of this project.
Can we limit discussion to
Next
10
year,
p.m.?
2024,
February.
February.
Can we limit discussion to 10 p.m. next meeting?
I like that part. Okay, all those in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Is there any opposition?
You don't need a roll call?
Everybody said aye, I don't think. Do we need a roll call to make sure we have the appropriate number of county and city commissioners present,
People out of
Madam
chambers.
Madam
We
Attorney?
can do the roll call.
Okay, if you'll do the roll call, please.
Commissioner Matlow,
Aye.
Commissioner Porter,
Aye.
Commissioner Williams-Cox,
Aye.
Commissioner Caban, Commissioner Cummings,
Yes.
Commissioner Minor,
Yes.
Commissioner O'Keefe,
Yes.
Commissioner Proctor.
Yes.
Thank you. It passed. If there's nothing, I'm sorry.
No, your motion? Motion to what?
Motion to adjourn.
Thank
I'm
you.
sorry.
Is there a second?
Second.
You're just taking over.
No. Sorry. I do want to adjourn very quickly, though.
We can't get out of here.
Thank you.
You ever been in the glass house at the fair?
I wanted to make a motion. We've had discussion about this at several meetings, and I don't think we have formally taken action to bring an item back to us outlining what steps we would need to take in order to have a blueprint director who reports to the board. So my motion is that we have an item come back to us at our February meeting outlining the steps for a blueprint director who's responsive to the blueprint board.
Is there a second? Commissioner Caban, are you seconding it?
No, yes,
O'Keefe,
ma'am.
I'm sorry.
I'm seconding that. However, and asking the maker of the motion to augment her motion to include not only the hiring of a director, but to look at council, to look at the formation of staffing, and to look at a paradigm that places this body at the top and not under the bottom of our city manager and our county administrator, but that the supervisory oversight, the authority, if it's not out of the state's format by statute, that we pull ourselves out of the muck and mire and place ourselves that we're in charge. I like to see something.
Okay, so Commissioner.
Sure, I would accept
Proctor,
that
hold on a
amendment.
second so that I can get an understanding of what's on the floor. You are asking for a friendly amendment to her motion, and her motion was for an agenda item to come back from staff on a director that would report directly to this board? Is that?
Yes, Madam Chair, may I?
Okay, and then
all
your
that up.
addition was?
Yes, so it would be amended to include, I suppose, our blueprint attorney, our OEV director, and our blueprint director, and then what, does that cover it?
Attorney, blueprint director.
What we're looking at is an arrangement where this board is large and not just large, but also in charge.
Discussion. Madam Diane Williams-Scott.
Madam Chair, I am going to go ahead and register unreadiness because there are too many people missing from this table that should be weighing in
Got a
on this.
quorum, that's all we need. Quorum.
Madam Chair, I am registering my unreadiness because there are too many, in my opinion, for something this heavy. Too many of us are missing from the county side as well as the city side. I will not be supporting the motion, so I'm just registering my unreadiness.
Thank you, Commissioner Williams-Scott. I just want
Madam Chair,
clarification on the motion that's on the floor. You know, I'm confused because we have a blueprint director, so to what extent are we saying he doesn't report to the board?
So
what more reporting do we want? We're saying that the blueprint attorney it doesn't report to the board.
May
So
I?
what? Okay, let me finish.
Sure.
So my question to you, since it's your motion, and Commissioner Proctor, in my opinion, as a member of this board, I believe they report to us. So what level of reporting are we talking about? And
Let me ask this question. Ms. Dawson, do you report to this board?
through the place director.
You don't report to this board. She reports to the place director. We have a county attorney that reports to this board. We have a.
You mean on the county level?
Yeah,
So
we did.
It's a different reporting you're talking about, Commissioner Proctor?
I can't get through, I'm sorry.
Yes, Madam Chair. Yes, so like at the city, we have the city manager, the city
Right.
attorney. They report to us. They are hired and fired by the board. That is not the case here. And it's the case for the CRA as well. And so it would be a change in the governance structure to make the senior executive level staff report directly to the board. And what the motion is, what would the next steps be for the senior executive level staff of Blueprint to report directly to the board?
Okay, and that would include hiring and firing authority. Okay, I see the distinction now. So we're asking for an agenda item to come back.
Yes.
If Blueprint would address that.
Madam Chair,
Yes, Madam Attorney.
That would be an improper motion.
Come on.
The county, several meetings ago, had a very robust discussion about what is the proper way to change or work through the structure of Blueprint. And I watched that meeting.
This isn't a
And
county meeting.
most of you attended that meeting.
Ms. Dawson, you ain't the
I
county's
think all of
attorney.
us are aware, I think all of us
She
are
don't
aware
advise us as a county
that the structure of Blueprint.
Madam Attorney, hold on one second, please. Okay, I want us to be able to hear our Blueprint attorney.
Stay.
Okay.
Stay.
I think all of us are aware that the structure of Blueprint is governed by the city commission and the county commission. They're the ones that can make that change. They're the ones who it is proper to make those changes to the structure of the IA board. And I think that has been debated quite some time here, but I think it's proper to bring it up because it is an improper motion, because you cannot change the structure of the IA board here. The IA is the creation of the city and the county. The city commission can make the changes, and they can agree with the county to make those changes. They are the signatories on the interlocal agreement, and only those two bodies can make those changes.
Okay, thank you, Madam Attorney. But the question, the issue was for an agenda item to come back to tell us what steps we would take to realize those particular positions to report directly to Blueprint. So are you saying that motion to bring an agenda item back is improper?
Yes, Madam Chair, because there's really nothing other that we can tell you other than it has to be the city and the county working together to make those changes.
That ain't accurate.
It can't be affected here at the IA, at the Blueprint intergovernmental agency level. Has to be something at the city.
What are we at that we can't make a
Commissioner-
decision?
Commissioner Proctor.
What is this?
Hold on one second. Hold on one second. I'll get to
Kangaroo
you.
court.
Commissioner Proctor, hold on one second. Did you finish, Madam Attorney?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, Commissioner Caban, and then you, Commissioner Proctor.
Thank you. That's actually, Madam Attorney, it's actually not true. There's two ways that we can amend the IA agreement. We could vote for it here in this board, and then it goes to the county and it goes to the city for them to vote separately, or it can start in the city and the county and end here. I think what the motion on the table is saying that we want to start the conversation here. So if you could read from the IA agreement where it says that this is an improper motion, I would be happy to entertain that, but I don't think you'll find it. So I think that
Well,
we
it
should vote on the
would be-
motion.
I'm sorry to interrupt you.
Go ahead.
But it would not be necessarily in the interlocal agreement. It's in Robert's rules. If there's a motion
Roberts is
that is
dead.
against.
He don't
and
rule.
Robert's
Commissioner
rules,
Proctor, please.
Is the
He's dead and don't
governing
rule.
procedure for this body. But if there is a motion that is contrary to the governing documents of the body, then it is considered an improper motion.
That does not
your
apply in this
comment is-
situation
hold
at
on.
all.
1 second, Commissioner Proctor.
This is
So
intellectually
to-
wrong.
To initiate any change, you would have to start at both bodies, with the city and with the county, is basically what you're saying. Okay. Commissioner Proctor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Council has given us advice that I can't respect tonight. And this body has the authority to set forth a policy change. If we can't do that as a joint board, and we're here in our numbers, we have voted on billions of dollars. I mean, billions of dollars. But we can't make a decision on a policy change for something that affects a project. That is ludicrous. I mean, it just is. So for the years, in Tuesday completes my 27th year sitting at this table, my experiences inform me differently than the advice of counsel or what our practices have been. So either I've been here for a vast number of years under practices with which the sitting county commission acting as Blueprint before, acting as an MPO, acting as the CRPTA, all of those things, we've had that authority. We've been castrated here tonight to be told that the approach is to separate and singularly go back and you go back, then you come back, and then you come back to make it. This is just riotous. And at some point, if this is a union, then we decide jointly and together. This is a disruptive advisement. I don't honor it. It is not accurate to the task and the substantive amount of responsibility we have at this table. It simply doesn't go. So the motion that was made, every time we attempt to move forward to change ideas, we get advised that we're in an intractable position. We can't change. We can't move. We can't this. We can't that. We need someone who can. We don't need someone who can't. We need that which can. And legally. So we've not done anything. We're publicly noticed. We are all elected. These things evolve. And I'm wishful that we could have progressive minds here to move forward the pendulum, which time has beckoned us to make decisions. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Proctor. Yes.
If I could just remind those who are on the county commission side of the IA board that at the direction of the county commission, there is an agenda item on the next county commission agenda to address the structure of Blueprint.
Yeah, but let me ask you this, Artie. The county commission addresses it. The city, when do they have it on their agenda?
Don't.
They
They
don't?
would have to request that.
So the county has addressed it, the city hasn't,
Madam Chair.
which means that the blueprint is left neutered?
I'm sorry, I just wanted to get your attention. I know you couldn't see me. I can answer that question if you would like.
Okay, and the question was, when will the city address it, or has the city addressed it?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, sir.
The city
We'll
commission
give
considered
deference
it.
to you. Go ahead.
Thank you, ma'am. The city commission considered the matter on August 23rd, I believe it was. It was the last city commission meeting in August, so there was a discussion of how the structure of place, blueprint and whatnot, how that works, how it came about, the history of it, and how it, essentially it's an interlocal agreement, which is a contract between the city and the county. So they considered it in August.
Sorry, that was a FYI, informational item that you all discussed at the city? Was any action taken, a motion made, anything to move the matter of the arrangement of the blueprint board? That's what I'm asking.
No.
Did that
Madam
occur?
Chair. Yeah, the city commission voted to accept the report.
Okay, no action.
No action. Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. City Manager. Commissioner Porter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. If you aren't going to accept the motion, I would withdraw my motion and make a motion that we waive Robert's rules so that we move forward with this motion.
Second.
Okay, Madam Attorney, Madam Blueprint Attorney.
Madam Chair, you have to have some rules. Usually you waive like a particular provision of a rule. You don't waive the entire set of rules because then you would not
All right,
have
this
rules
particular
to deal with.
provision.
So that probably wouldn't be it.
Madam Chair.
So, okay, hold on
Waive all the rules.
So moving forward, Madam Chair, knowing the substance of the motion, is there action that we can take to allow the motion so that staff can bring back an agenda item on what's involved in modifying?
I'm not aware of any.
You're not aware of any? Okay.
Why are we here?
Let's follow up with.
What is we here for?
Commissioner Proctor, come on. Let's keep decorum. We already talked about decorum. Commissioner, this is your motion. Go ahead.
Thank you. I believe it has a second.
Okay, discussion? Go ahead.
No, let's vote on the motion to waive. Let's vote on the motion.
Well, I'm conflicted because we're advised that it's an improper motion.
It's not true.
Well, we're
if I may-
advised that it's an improper motion.
Waiving the rules is
Commissioner
not improper.
Commissioner Proctor, come on. Commissioner Matlow.
I agree with Commissioner Proctor, but I'm trying to get clarity on the first. Our staff is able to compile information about what a change in government structure looks like, correct? There's no reason we're not, the interlocal agreement does not prohibit us from asking staff. In fact, you've given opinions on what it would take. So that information can be compiled by staff. So what Robert's Rules of Order rule, and I'll bring it up, prohibits us from asking staff to compile that information and brings it to us in an agenda item. We're not asking to make the change here.
Right.
We're asking for information so we can discuss it collectively, because we can go fight about it in our different bodies and get to nowhere. And if there's not the will of everybody here to do it, I mean, this is the best place to have the conversation first, because we're just spinning our wheels separately. So my question is, what in Robert's Rules of Order prohibits us asking for information to come back about the very structure of our own board?
If it's just an informational item, then it is just an informational. But I've stressed that the changes cannot be made. And I think that was what was presented in some of the earlier discussions regarding that motion that was being made.
Well,
I wanted to stress that if there are changes, those changes have to be made in the city commission and in the county commission, because those two bodies, those two entities, are the signatories on the interlocal agreement. Blueprint staff has already provided like a history of Blueprint 2 years ago. We gave a complete analysis of that. But this, if it's just, hey, this is what you need to do, I mean, certainly there's no problem in doing that, but there just needs to be clarity that the change cannot occur here within the Blueprint Intergovernmental Agency.
And I think all the analysis could be included in the item that comes back, if that's the legal opinion that it can initiate.
Yeah, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Matlow. And I think the motion was to bring an agenda item back, addressing that, telling us, what the parameters are.
Yes, Madam Chair.
Yep, right, absolutely.
It was always informational.
Informational, absolutely. One last comment, Commissioner Caban.
Yes, one thing I just want to state out is, Madam Attorney, I want to say that I think that, one, you're a great attorney, and I feel unfortunate for you that you're in this position, but I feel like that this is also an example of why that this structure needs to change, because it's very clear that there's a lot of will in this board to restructure Blueprint, but I feel like at every turn, you fight us on it with legal claims that aren't substantially backed. And I feel like that is an example of that, of where you report up the chain.
Okay, Commissioner Caban, but we're not directing to individuals.
No, I'm not. This isn't a bad thing. I'm
Just
saying
in
like,
general.
I'm saying that like, I sympathize because, Madam Attorney's doing her job. The problem is her job is to report to the IMC and the police director, not us. And I just want to make that clear that this is just a perfect example of why the structure needs to change. And anyone who disagrees with me, read the IA agreement because it clearly lays that out. So, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Caban. Commissioner Williams-Cox.
Let me just say this, and I hope we can go home. When we're together too long, things happen. We really need to handle the people's business and go home, because it doesn't get any better. As the time goes, we do some things. And what I'm sitting here listening to, and I don't like, I understand that there's a will to make some changes. Every meeting, we go through the same thing. The Blueprint attorney, who has been here longer than some of you at the table have been here, is doing what she is tasked with doing. The police director is doing what he's been tasked with doing. Just because you don't like the answer, don't mean they're not doing what they've been tasked to do. They're giving you according to what has been established, long time established. We weren't here when Blueprint was put together. There's a very convoluted interlocal agreement that you can't just unravel because you want to. Listen, we have attorneys to keep us out of trouble, but we're headed, as we tell her what her opinion is wrong or you don't agree with. I've never been to law school. Have you? Yeah, but okay, no, don't answer because I ain't got time for that. But my point is this: no one's coming to your office, commissioners, to tell you. No one from this board is coming to your office to tell you how to do your job and tell you that you're wrong. And they may not agree with you, but they're not going to say you're wrong. They're not going to do that. And I don't think we ought to do that with her. You may not agree. It's okay to disagree. But I just think that we do not need to, at this late hour, start telling her, waiving Robert's rules. When do you bring her back in? After you waive them, how do you bring her back in? We got to have a rule of law. And we have a list of documents that we go by. And Robert's rule is the last resort when the bylaws are silent. She is, you see her book? That's work she's put into that book so she can go to it because she know what we do. And so, Ms. Dawson, thank you for doing what you do so that we can do what we need to do. And I don't have a problem with folks asking for information, but get the information. We go every meeting, we do the same thing. We say the same thing. We want to look at the structure. In every meeting, we get the same answer.
No,
the city, we've already dealt with that. And it was information. We've done that. She told you it takes both bodies. You can't do it here.
Madam Chair.
Oh, thank you, Commissioner Williams-Cox.
I wasn't finished, but I will yield. I will yield.
Okay, and what I want, and we're going to go forward very briefly, but I want us to just remember the decorum. We need to be respectful of each other, respect ourselves, okay? And we can disagree without being disagreeable. Commissioner Porter, then Commissioner Proctor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I'm asking for clarification then. Was the original motion proper if it was only for an informational item? Because it sounded like that's what.
Yeah, I think based on the comment from the blueprint attorney, if it's for information only, it was not improper.
Okay, so is that motion still on the table?
It's on the table.
And it's
right.
been seconded by Commissioner Proctor?
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you. And I'll just be really, really brief with my comments. I want to be really clear that I genuinely respect the work that everyone does, staff and my colleagues. I also want to be clear that I was elected to represent, like we all were, the public interest, and none of this is personal. I wasn't elected to protect one person's job or another person's job. No person's job is more important than the public interest. So everything that I do in asking these questions, in wanting clarity, and wanting functionality to avoid some of the dysfunction we see is guided by that, and none of it is personal. So thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Porter. Commissioner Proctor.
Madam Chair, me too. Ms. Dawson, this is not personal at all. Your advice we listen to. When advisement supplants the will of voters, as lifted up by Commissioner Caban back when what he was reading from about Spring Hill Road, the effort to meet what voters have voted on is paramount here, ought be. And the waiver of rules, and I tried to look it up before my phone died, and I glanced as hard as I could, and I ran out of. But the waiver of rules, if the waiver of rules is dead, and it's not a part of Robert's Rules of Order, then the 14th Amendment and the First Amendment of the Constitution is likewise dead. Robert's Rule contains the element and component of the waiver of rules for a body. It's elementary. It's fundamental. It's just basic. And I'm not disputing the learned attorney. I'm simply saying that some things are fundamental, basic. And the waiver of a rule has not been pronounced dead, though Mr. Roberts is, but still ruled. But that thing is alive and well, and I disagree with that. So, Ms. Dawson, I apologize if you felt in any way it's not a personal attack. It's all above the shoulders, and it's a cognitive recognition that I disagree, and I know you don't require me to suppress what I believe when I'm right. I know you don't want me to acquiesce to that which I don't believe is correct, and I strongly disagree with you. That's what this means. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Proctor. Okay, and I also want to commend Attorney Dawson for all the work that she's done for Blueprint, all the work she does for Blueprint, and many times during our meetings, we are directing a lot of questions to her. But I think she clarifies that the motion on the floor is for informational purposes only, and therefore it's not improper. Okay, so we're going to move forward with that motion. All those in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposition?
Nay.
Okay, if report one in opposition. If it's nothing further, no further business, I now declare the meeting adjourned. Thank you all so much.